Hello. Hi. I'm a little late. Surprise, surprise. Crocker pin. Perfect. Hello. Hi. Here's Crocker. How you doing? You're doing well. Hello. Hello. We're live. Sorry. I was a little late. I'm basically quite busy. Interestingly enough, right? Because maybe I underestimated the grind that Ark will take. Maybe I need to approach this a little slower is the word that I'd use. Anyways, yeah, we're live. Hello. And obviously we're going to start first with a Crocker video. I think that makes sense. Cat's got water. I need to think before I actually start. Yeah, I think I have it. Why did you do it? I didn't do anything. I did do something today. I had watermelon. Such a good fucking watermelon. The goodest fucking watermelon I've had in a while. Holy fuck, that was good. That was so damn good. That was good fucking watermelon. Jeez. That was so good. And yeah, if you want to know how many baby raptors I've murdered, it should be in the 2000s now. For 10 mutations. So statistically, arguably, every 1,000 raptor babies, you get a health. I get the health or other mutations. As sad as that sounds, but it is what it is. The breeding is rough. Just how interesting. Okay, if this is the last time you hear from me, I'm dead. That's interesting. Well, let's hope you live a very long, healthy life. Shall you? Shall you not? Hopefully, right? Hopefully. I'm almost considering including weight mutation, right? Whatever weight mutation I have, I'll just keep. Right? So that's the usual Ark talk. They're gonna be, again, to Ragebait Crockrock, the raptors will be watermelon flavored. And if I get to the point where I can get Sarcos, they will also be watermelon looking. Right? Because Crockrock loves watermelon so much. I'm going on a plane. Yeah. You've said that a couple of times by now. Pretty sure you have. But yeah, they will be watermelon raptors. Shocking, I know. I will make my Sarco look like a watermelon. To rage bait is to live, chat. Remember that. Anyways, I think we're not gonna yap that much. I think we're just gonna go in, look at the first video that the Crockrock suggested, and that's gonna be that. Right? That's gonna be that. Right? That's gonna be that. Plane crashes happen. Well, I've not been on a plane, but I sooner or later will have to. So there's that. But yeah, I'll do it anyways. All right, so I think we'll just jump over, and we'll start being silly. Let me click first of all anything so I can actually get the Crockrock video. Where's that title, bro? That's a title, bro. Okay, anyways, that should work. Okay, perfect. Then we can swap over, right? I haven't forgotten anything. I haven't forgotten anything. I can swap over. Yoink. And now we're here. Yeah, I have multiple tabs open. I have the live streaming tab open as well because I want to see how well the stream did right after I finished the stream, right? Subscriptions, everything, right? I want to look at that. Pokey, you know I had a different video last week, but you cheated me. I did not. I did not. I did not do that. I did not intend for that to happen. I'm a good boy. But now I'm here, so stop complaining. I'm here. Now I am here. Oh, boys, water. I might need to take a few more breaks because reasons. 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 Watermelon. Anyways, we'll start with this one. My Bones, both endings by John Wolfe. We're going in. I don't know what to expect, but it's obviously a horror game, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Also, the title is funny. Add us like, comment, and subscribe in there. That's kind of hilarious, and that's what you should do as well. Actually, to both me and him, right? That's the way to go, right? I want to reach 5K by the end of the year. I'm not gonna shut up about it until it happens. Thank you so much, though. Thank you so much. It really helps a lot. It means a lot. We'll go in. I don't know what to expect.
Hey guys, it's John, and welcome to my playthrough of My Bones. This is a new indie horror game available on Steam for $2. There's a link.
$2. Hey, $2? That's fine. $2 is fine. I should buy this. No, I won't. But like $2 is alright.
To it in the description, and I used my Nanny Nights refund money to buy it, so there's that. It was created in Game Guru, an engine I have never heard of before, but at least it isn't Unity, right? So it's a little different.
Game Guru. Never heard of that. Well, obviously, right? I know Unity, Unreal Engine, right? Godot, is that what it's called? The other one, right? The one that when that almost exploded and people were just like started making new right, since it was open source, people just started separating and then trying their own shit with that new with that game engine or programming, whatever you want to call it, right? Anyways, so we'll look at this. That's gonna be interesting, right? Should be fine.
Once again, there are no graphical options or anything on the main menu. It's just start, about, and quit game. So let's click on about. And this is...
Okay, that's just like controls, right? Oh, we have a flashlight. Classic. We have a flashlight. If any questions about the game, I will gladly answer them. I don't know about that one, but yeah, okay. So we got the classic flashlight. Yay!
Actually, a control menu, not an about screen. WASD for movement, space for jump, mouse for review, E for interaction, F for flashlight. So I'm not really sure what the difference is between mouse and E. I guess by review they just mean look. Actually, it doesn't say review. It says revive. Maybe, see, I don't know if they meant to say review or revive. Maybe they meant to say revive, and you can actually click the mouse to
revive yourself. Now that doesn't really make much sense if you ask me. Revive, though, why would you do that? Would you revive?
To come back to life, I don't know. If you have any questions about the game, I will gladly answer them. vk.com/gdnomad. So, there you go. Let's start. That is a crazy sunset. I've never seen a sunset that cool. I cut my hair, by the way, today. Actually, a couple hours ago. Just got tired of it. It's hot. It's summertime here. Kind of blows my mind that there are some people watching this in the southern hemisphere where it's wintertime at the moment. It's just very strange. I was just like everyone else. I had a family, job, friends. I was happy. To me, one day, something happened. Okay, so this game was translated. It wasn't originally written in English, I hope. It felt like I was possessed by something evil. I was attacked by such a strong anger, I couldn't help it.
And what did bro do? Bro just obliterated his entire family. Now starting to find out What actually possessed him? It was the horny, clearly.
I feel like the eyes should be capitalized. I mean, if your game is like for sale, if it's a product, it should probably use proper grammar, but we lived not far from the village in the woods. Our family was not perfect, but we were happy. I had a daughter and 2 sons. The mishap occurred when I was in the woods and stumbled upon a strange crypt. At that moment, I was met by wild anger. At that moment came to me my wife, and nearby lay the axe.
At that moment, I was met by wild anger. Okay, I think that's still correct, right? I think that's still fine. At that moment came to me. That is questionable. My wife and nearby lay the axe. Then it was all blur. I don't know about that one. Some of this is not grammatically correct. I feel like, see, you can't make a bad game mechanically right, but you can at least make sure that the quality of the text is at least there, right? If you do a text slideshow here at the beginning, right? Maybe that's just me, but whatever.
Then it was all a blur. Those 2 period ellipses are making me unreasonably upset. It's just, some things just should not be, but, you know, some men just like to see the world burn, I guess. You want 3 periods in this ellipses?
That's a Joker reference. Moving on. That's a Joker reference. And that moment I met Poke and my life was ruined. I haven't even done anything yet! What do you mean? I haven't ruined anything! Okay, maybe I've ruined some lives, but anyways. Hi, Screaming Eye, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. I may have, but anyways.
Well, you get 2. It's like when someone bolds 1 letter of a word. It's just, like, you look at it and you're just like, it's wrong. It shouldn't be there. Okay. Good. Flashlight, right. Had to use that right away. You know, I realized just yesterday that I've been playing a lot of these games on 0 brightness on my monitor. Explains why I can't see shit so often. Alright, right. So, this is...
Me when playing Ark strictly through OBS, brightness on maximum, I can't see shit. I can't see shit. That is me when playing Ark Survival Evolved. That's the exact same thing. You ruin your girlfriend's lives. Only one. Well, not really. She ruined it herself. I didn't really do anything. However, I did ruin the friends' lives that made her do it. Anyways, now though, life is great. I enjoy life. Life is fantastic.
Is the world's most overgrown cemetery. This would never be allowed at any fully operational graveyard, but I digress. This is This is the tomb of my wife. The doors.
Fun fact: here in Germany, they can just if nobody continues to pay the fee, they can literally completely demolish and destroy your grave. Yes, you've heard that right. You could be buried, right? It's rest in peace, and then next you know, the government decides that there's no longer rest in peace, and they will just, decide things. They will decide things. And those things are that they're gonna essentially kick you out of your own grave. And the best part, you can't do anything. Worse than the best part, you can't do anything.
It's locked, find a key to unlock door. Okay. So everything's got a red tint, and as we know, the mark of a good scary game is a red tint to everything. We learned that in what is it? Red Lake. I need to find another way.
Look at that. Was it a goose? A swan? No, it was a swan. Look at that swan. Dies of death. Dies of swan. Let's not remember the swan. Right? Let's not remember the swan.
Oh, so this one's not locked. I just can't go there. We learned that in Red Lake. Most recently, Devil's Share. and several other games. If it's red, you're probably better off dead. I just made that up off the top of my head because I'm hilarious. Like that. Okay, we should probably... So you gotta be kidding me. No way. No way, it's right there! What?
Buddy, you had the key. Buddy, you had the key. It was right there. It was right there where you had to go. That's so dumb, though. That's so stupid. You know, why not just place the key where, like, somewhere so you actually have to do a little bit of a fetch quest and collect it? That's so stupid.
Okay. Daddy, why did you kill me? On it.
Why did you kill me? Well, that's already not correct. Why did you kill me?
Was fun. We walked near the river when you took me into his arms and began to sink. I love you, Daddy. I know you didn't. Didn't what? You can't just leave it hanging there.
I love you, Daddy. I know you didn't. That the ends is reading, right? It's like, I love you, Daddy, but I know you didn't. That's why there's a comma right there, right? That's why it's there, right? That's why it's there.
See, the son at least has the right idea with the 3 periods and the ellipses. He uses the complete function right there. I don't know what else to call it. The complete mechanism. That's not right. The crypt of my daughter. Right, okay. Good. Was there like a key in here or something? I feel like there probably... Oh, okay. There was. I probably looked straight at it and just didn't see it. That tends to happen a lot. And I'm aware of it every time it...
The crypt of my daughter. What the hell? If you look at John's really old videos, he used to be actually scared, playing some games. He barely gets scared now. Well, not scared anymore because he's been exposed to it for a while, right? It's like people that watch a lot of horror movies also don't really react to anything anymore because, right, they're very used to it at this point. So like it's really not a big deal, right? He's used to it. So like, yeah. That's the reality. He's used to it. So you won't see much happening here, right? That simple.
Happens. Thanks to you guys. Alright. Let's see. So I guess this goes here. Good. There's the axe. I loved him better than all. I did not expect that he will go crazy and kill me with an axe. What? What? This is on your epitaph? But I love it all smooth.
I loved him better than all. I did not expect that he will go crazy and kill me with an axe. But I love it. And I love it all smooth. What is happening with the translation here? Hold up, wait a minute. Well, that's a bit fucked, isn't it? Huh?
And you use 2 periods. What is this?
You can see that this isn't Google Translate because there's like too many human errors in there, right? So there's that. Right? So there's that.
I loved him better than all. I did not expect that he will go crazy and kill me with an axe. I wonder what the engraver was thinking when he was, like, chiseling this down. It's like, I did not expect that he would kill me with an axe. Well, yeah, that's an unreasonable expectation for somebody that you know and love. Where's the key? Oh. Okay. I love it all smooth. She's one of those unreasonable people that hates crunchy peanut butter. Can't believe it. I don't understand you.
Hot take. None of the crunchy stuff's actually good. Yes, I said it. I don't care. None of like the crunchy stuff is genuinely actually good. I said it. And I will continue to say it. None of it. Yeah, none of it. I'm gonna say it the way it is. None of it. None of it is actually good. Anyways.
People. You know who you are. We had a full discussion about it on the Life is Strange video. Okay. So we got a church here. And we got another tomb. Which one's this? My firstborn is buried here. Well, we gotta check it out. We gotta find the key first, obviously. Oh God, shut up! Alright already.
Right, it's like okay if it does it like, right? The sound, right? It's okay if it does it a little bit, okay? Like, that's fine. But this just doesn't shut up. This thing just doesn't shut up at all. What is this? Stupid thingy.
Jeez, this is locked. Yeah. Find a key to unlock door. Oh wait, well, who's this? Maybe it's just a bad dream. What do you mean?
Okay, now it stopped. I was like, is this gonna continue forever? Never mind. Okay, I never would have expected him to go crazy queuing with an axe. Well, he certainly did kill her with an axe.
What's a bad dream? Okay. So are we key hunting right now? Is that what this is? All right. So I'm not really familiar with Game Guru. I've never really heard of that. Okay, let's check all the ledges. Sounds like a good place to start. Just eye the perimeter. Oh, you just opened. Oh my God. You just opened this one.
That's so right? You have to explore everything, right? But the only scary thing about this game is the ambience, and that's it, right? That's all. Nothing else happens here. Nothing else happens here. It's all just like, right? Nothing else happens here.
I made the assumption that it was just locked. Because all the other ones have been. Why wouldn't that one be locked? I don't know. My firstborn is buried here. No eulogy or anything for this one, though. He doesn't have anything to say. Why would you not write something here? I don't really agree that it's the right way to go about telling the backstory of this game, but if you're gonna do it, at least do it consistently, right? There we go.
Interesting. Okay. Hi, Kaiser. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hey, Poke. I thought I'd pop in and say hi. Hole, you're you? What? Get away from my hole! You cannot use it. Nobody's allowed to. Get away. Irv. Wait. Gay. That's gay. Insert rainbow flag question mark. I didn't finish my sentence. Big up fingers. The sausage fingers strike again. Hope your day is going well. Very well. Life is going well, in fact.
I gotta get my thumbnail shot at some point. That's probably a good thumbnail shot. I don't know. Probably won't end up using it. Okay.
Seems like this door is broken. Walks towards the door. Poke's doing a collab. Those are lies. Those are lies. First of all, this man would never collab with me. I'm what is universally considered a chud. This doesn't make sense.
It seems this door is broken. Seems like someone put up a just solid black texture in front of, because it looks like you can see in there, but whatever, okay. So we can't go in that way. To climb to heaven, down to hell, what? This frame rate is spectacular. I'm capturing at 60, but obviously I can only capture
that? What was that? So first of all, he goes down, the frame rate looks different, but then he goes down and the entire art style looked different. Right? One looked right, this one suits the previous stuff, right? But the one right when he goes down the ladder is literally just like, it looks like fucking Oblivion. What is going on?
Where I am. Will I am. Even in the darkest corners of our souls, hiding the light. This is a
fantastic sentence. Did I miss my videos? How would that make sense? We just started. How does that make sense? No, we didn't do it yet. You're not a chud to me, Poker. Not that my opinion means much. Oh, I am a chud. I'm running with that. I'm running with that. I'm literally on a VTuber chud list. Like no shit. I have it. I think I still have it saved. Anyways.
Fantastic typeface to use for something that is chiseled into the side of the brick. It strikes me as very realistic. I believe it when I see it. Oh gosh, that's blinding down here. Read note. Order to...
The spelling mistakes are starting to kill me. Where I am. Hiding the light. This one. They're starting to kill me. Order to the keeper. Okay, that I think that still makes sense. You should immediately go to the barricade and attempt to stop the monster to break into the vault. Once the deal is completed, go back to the church for future ministry. Okay, attempts to stop and attempts to stop. Should it be attempt to stop?
The keeper. You should immediately go to the barricade and attempt to stop the monster to break into the vault. Once the deal is completed, go back to the church for future ministry. Does anyone have any idea what this means? If the beast breaks through the cell,
which is not likely, then you should immediately leave the dungeon with ministers. Huh?
Which is not likely, then you should immediately leave the dungeon with ministers. Why?
And now I can absolutely guarantee it is very likely, because when it says it's not very likely, it's very likely. But Poke, he only has 998k subs only. Others would commit heinous crimes for this. Just saying, others would commit heinous crimes.
Don't understand. The door's locked. Find a key to unlock door. I'm starting to see a pattern here. Seems to be... Oh my god. Alright, so we've learned that the keys are in really obvious places and I shouldn't key hunt among the gravestones anymore. A very strange place. I have the key. No! What? Oh. Right. So I guess something was just here or something? Find a key. Creepy noises. Come on, we'll see the key. It's not gonna be that difficult to find. Wait. Death awaits all who tread this path.
And then randomly, sometimes it works. That's interesting. This is how Poke spells. Nope, my spelling is significantly and most certainly much better than whatever this is.
Once again, very believable typeface. Oh no, no way, no way, no way! It's not even properly angled! To match the surface that it's supposed to be on. I'm sorry, I probably get way more music.
The music is getting a little more terrifying. At least that we're making progress. It's not amazing, but we're making progress. Anyways.
That type of thing than you guys do. What is this? Like, what? Okay. I feel like a lot of times I point out things that are super picky, but it's just finessing. It's quality of life, you know, like basic quality assurance testing. So I guess the monster broke out of the cage. Are we going in there?
Well, obviously, but I don't think you can go in there. Anyways, I wasn't going to hang around long, but I'm just glad I caught one of your reaction streams live. Good day to y'all. Take care, Kaiser.
Wow, it's coming to a deafening roar. The beast is on the loose.
Yeah, the music is getting louder and louder and louder. Slowly but surely, it is indeed getting louder. Oh my god, Poke, this music is from Outlast. True! True! Actually, wait, yes! You're right, true!
Who wrote that? What is this? Is there... I haven't seen any keys. Oh, hey.
Well, he's just hanging out. He's just hanging there. Right? He's just hanging out. It's not that deep. He's just hanging there. You know, living his best life. And then we got some no legs. I think that upper body is barely held. Why did it only eat around the waist anyways?
Where'd these things come from? Oh, they're everywhere. Press E to open door. Family, happiness, soul, wife, forgiveness, brother, good, fun, happy. Faith, misspelled, daughter, parents, love, friends, uncapitalized peace, children. Right. Good. And there's a teddy bear and a key. Okay.
Bro, he's definitely dying. You know, if you are gonna steal music, don't do it from a game people would know. True, true. But I guess it's not that bad, right?
Oh no, it's...
Oh, wow, Satanist ritual. Would have not seen that coming. Shocker. Pork found in kitchen. Satanist ritual found.
It's so evil here. Look at this evil place. And we heard a door creaking open. This is deafening in my headphones, but I'm gonna make sure to,
The music is, just started calming.
Tone it down for the video.
Now there's voices? Now there's voices.
A very strange place.
What? How random. So random. Is that so okay? Are you scared as fuck right now? Not really, no. But like, this is so random. Why is he there? It's just visible confusion. Like, look at John's face. He's like, it's a level between well, how do you say it? Tense and like big, huh? I think you can see his rib cages. And why is he built like this? 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 So, I think this is his arm still, but his arm is like weirdly vague. It's zigzaggy. Like the legs are fine, but then I think that's an open rib cage, and like the teeth are fucked up. But that's just a black silhouette. What is this? Why are you doing this? Ah.
Oh no!
Oh no, he vanquished! I love John's reaction. He has nothing to say because this is so random. It is so out of place, kind of. Not really, but like a little bit.
Oh! He poofed! He's gone! No danger! After all. Okay, I'm guessing we go back. Maybe, like, all the way around. Maybe. This...
Huh? Why is there a ladder? It goes nowhere. Maybe somebody forgot this while doing like a cleaning or something. You know, it's just a ladder that goes nowhere. There's no door, nothing.
It's a ladder to nowhere, right there. Is this? I don't even
He's gonna get touched in a bit, isn't he?
know where we're going anymore. What are we doing? Spectacular frame rate.
Also, really random ass loading screen. Not intrusive at all.
And loading screen. I need to make a choice between good and evil. Okay, is that his wife?
Why is she T-posing? Aggressively T-poses. Very aggressively T-poses. She's just T-posing.
That thigh gap, though. I can get a second chance. I will have a new life. Okay? It's important to have these telephone wires here. Hello. This is about to get really awkward. Alright. We forgive you and give a second chance. What? What is that like a message from... I want to see something. What? Oh my god. You can see it through the back.
Wonderful. Is this a peak game? Honestly, it's not as horrible as the ones we've had before, but it is, how do I say it, quite uneventful.
And okay, so the text,
right? Like it builds up to something. How do you say it? It builds up to, like, right, with the music and everything, to something more intense, and then it just drops you. Right? It just drops you. It's unfortunate.
is just a PNG slightly in front of the note graphic. That is terrific. Okay. Let me guess. I have to find a key to go through this gate. Door is locked. Find a key to unlock door. Alright. Wait, so what's the choice? I need to make a choice between good and evil. Was there another choice? Could I have walked back? Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright then. We found it. Found the key. It was on the only other notable object in the scene. I managed
Now's the slideshow. Interesting.
to get out of hell. Even the worst person has the right to a second chance in our life. Wait, that's where we were in hell? What?
Huh? What? What do you mean by the worst person deserves a, what is the message of this game? Oh yeah, I've just obliterated my children and my wife, but you know, even if you're the worst, even the worst person deserves a second chance. Bro is like Adolf Hitler deserved a second chance, or Mussolini deserved a second chance, or Stalin. What's the message of this game? What the fuck?
There are moments when the good becomes bad and bad is good. You monster. You used 3 periods. You used it.
Wait. There are moments when the good becomes bad and the bad is good? Huh? How would that work? especially in a world where like objective good and objective evil. See, Poke, even the cheaters deserve second chances in a second life, maybe not in this one.
Later. It's the inconsistency that really gets me. Despite all, I will try to change. I want to become good. Is that the end? Oh, good. Wait, what? Continue? What? You can't say continue and then kick me out to the...
We got no what? 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 No, cliffhanger? What? How cruel? That is rude. That is just rude, bro. That's just outrageously rude. Just outright a fucking cliffhanger. That's just evil, man. That shit's just evil. How rude. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing at all.
Main menu? No way. That's it? Even for $2, that is scant. That is almost... It's almost completely devoid of any actual content. The entire game is just a key hunt. Okay. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I think that was the good ending. I think this game may have multiple endings. So, I'm gonna play it again. I know where all the keys are, so it'll go by really fast. I'll edit it out anyway, so you want to see it. So I don't know why that matters, but yeah, don't worry, I'm not spending too much time on this, I guess. And I'll see if I can get the other ending. If I can't, then I'll just end the video on...
That's just outright rude, bro. That's just... Let's see if the quote-unquote bad ending has something. I'm assuming not, I'll be real. Hi, London. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello.
The main menu. Alright, see you guys in a second. Alright, so I did a speed run to get back to this point, and it took less than 3 minutes to get to this point. It took about 2.5 minutes, including loading screens. Alright, so I think that this is the choice. It's not really clear because it just points you at this one, but I think that this is the evil choice, so let's see what happens. Maybe I should stay in the shade? Maybe I will find something. Okay.
Okay, so what's gonna happen now? What is now going to happen? That's a very important question. I'll be real, I'm not really expecting much here, but mind you, I'm not. Can you wreck to the sun woke up by Alex Bale? I could look at that.
So this will give us a different ending. Maybe a different final scene where the key will be in a different place. I see a strange house. Oh, this is more interesting. A strange house. Alright, let's go towards it. Why are these types of trees out here? Where? Okay. Alright, strange house. Let's do this. What the hell?
What the hell? It's my grave! Bro found his own. Bro found his own grave. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that tracks. That tracks.
It's my grave. Again with the 2 periods. Come on. Where's the key? I know it's in here. Well, there's a broom. There's a turkey just waiting to be cleaved and eaten. Can't open the chest. Alright, this is like the world's worst bed. It looks like a church pew that someone just cut in half. Okay, there's nothing in the house from what I can see. Anyway. Oh no. I was not able to start the car. Well, okay. It was very old and lacked a lot of details. I can never get out of this hell. Wherever I went, I came to this place. I only wasted my life. I have no excuse for all the sins.
Ah, yes, the excurse. The excurse, of course, right? We got excuse and we got excurse. This means this must be the excurse then. What the fuck?
That I've done. This place has become my hell. I need to appreciate in my life every moment, but in this place I have sinned, killed. I didn't believe in new life. I have no excuse. Second time you've said that, and yet I will believe that my family's in a better place. What an incoherent paragraph. Is that it? Continue to the main menu. Unbelievable. Okay, so that was my bones. Both endings. Oh my god, I'm gonna put that in the title. You know, for everybody who's looking for the alternate endings for my bones on YouTube. So I'll get all the hits.
But why would somebody search this up? Why would somebody search this up? And mind you, this was $2, right? But, right, it was reduced, so it's more.
Yeah, just a bad game. Like, there are a lot of really obvious quality assurance issues. I mean, everything. I mean, if you're going to, I assume that this game was translated, because if not, it's just egregious grammar failures. But if it is, you know, if you're going to get your game translated into a language that you cannot speak or write well, then you should have someone do it for you, especially if you're going to have your game for sale on Steam for $2. Even if it is for $2, it's on sale. Like, it is a product, it should be polished and professionally made, and you should pay attention to basic quality assurance. I mean, I feel like I've been saying that phrase a lot, but I mean, just everything from the uncapitalized I's to the misspelled words to the typeface choices. I mean, it's all about quality assurance, and that's where the game fails. And that's not even to mention the fact that this is basically just a key hunt with little to no story behind it.
Yeah, there's no elaboration what in fact happened. He got possessed, but that didn't go deeper. Nothing else happened. Boners. Also, hi Shadow Clips, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. For some reason, every time when I'm on stream, it's this guy I'm seeing first, because we usually start with a video that Croc recommends first, or Greninja, because he has transitioned.
It's another thing that, you know, would really benefit from some proofreading or proper translation, or whatever the problem is with the communication issues in this game. It's an incoherent story. I'm not really even sure what just happened, and even if I did understand it, it might not be that compelling. You know, it's not enough to just have a well-polished game. You have to have something that's compelling, that's, you know, that's interesting. And I feel like this is kind of the same, you know, type of game that we've seen over and over again, where, you know, I've sinned and now I'm, you know, I have to suffer through my purgatorial guilt until I can be redeemed in the end. It's a story of redemption that we've seen time and time again anyway. So I don't know. That's pretty much all I have to say about it.
Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video. Nothing came from this game, right? It's just a key hunt. It builds up to like something that's supposedly a little stressful with the music and everything. But then it's just like, yeah, actually no. And then it's just like, the black thing that was there, person, whatever, just vanishes, and that's that. And then you have two choices. Do you say the worst person deserves the second chance? Do you say like, yeah, I'm fucked? That's it. It's really not that deep. This is not a game. This is a whatever this is. But it's like a demo. To be fair, it's more so a demo, honestly. Okay. Now we've got that done. I think I should quickly add Landon's video. Hold up. Mm. What the fuck? Fucking Teletubbies? Diabolical. There's so many reactions of this. Interesting. We can do that eventually. Poker stream this game. I have a very clear answer to that. No. No. I don't think this game is quality enough. Proofreading. It needs deeper explanation of what's going on. He's been possessed by a monster. Didn't elaborate on it at all. Game is weird. Game is cooked. All right. So now we shall look at my favorite girl real quick before we start something else, right? I'm gonna right. I need always my 7 drama videos. Always. So let's jump into my favorite woman. Well, we're not jumping in.
Yes, I have.
We're not jumping in. Now, we're not jumping into this woman because we will disappear. We've reached a new low by Amala Ekpunobi. This is about our favorite woman on the internet. Yeah, you can tell who it is about. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I should subscribe at this point. You're gonna see man-made horrors, woman-made horrors rather, beyond comprehension. That's what you're gonna see. That is indeed what you're gonna see. Here's our favorite woman on the internet and on not so safe for work websites.
Yes, I have a baby shower on Saturday. Next Saturday, and I'm inviting the public to turn my baby shower into a golden shower.
Why?
Just when you thought we couldn't go any lower.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? It can always go lower. It can always go lower. There's always steps down. And now, right? It's diabolical. It is diabolical. OnlyFans girls are a disease. That will make a good title.
Somebody manages to. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Guys, before we get into today's video, please like and subscribe. Today we're going to be talking about Bonnie Blue. And I went back and forth about even making this video and discussing it because I do think this video and media and attention is exactly what this person is vying for in.
Well, obviously. Well, obviously. Right? Is this really surprising? Well, yeah. That's exactly what she's trying. That's exactly what she's going for here. Right? It makes sense. That's exactly her goal. People covering it, so people check her out and then fall down the pipeline.
Doing these stunts and in talking about them, but I figured we'd just go ahead and cover it for the sake of dissecting what may be going on in a
Something's going to be covered.
Situation like this, and what I think we're going to see more of in our current society as the attention economy just goes higher and higher and higher and higher, and people are willing to go lower in order to receive that attention. Now,
yeah, but it makes sense, right? Attention is a currency now, right? It is a currency. And it's honestly not surprising. What this is doing, this is teaching women that selling their bodies is the only way it means to get successful. That is what it's teaching them, right? That's what it's teaching them. Among younger women, at least in the US, I don't know, it's in Europe, but in the US, You're more likely to encounter a chick with an OF account than you are to encounter a female teacher. Like, no joke. It's actually hilarious. So yeah, America bros, especially young America bros, you might be cooked. I wouldn't recommend it.
Bonnie Blue, as many of you know, is what we'll call an infamous porn star, I guess, at this point. She is known for huge publicity stunts where she will go and sleep with 100 men in a day, 1,000 men in a day. She basically allows herself to be used by the public. She has gone worldwide in doing this, traveled around to different places in order to achieve this, and is known.
Yeah, it is, right? Logan Paul does the crypto zoo. Bonnie does the Bonnie zoo, if you know what I mean.
For creating content on this basis. Well, she is now pregnant, like I am, but she's going in a very different direction with her pregnancy, and she's recently announced that she's going to have
that baby is fucked. Take that as you will. Take that in what way you want, but that baby is fucked.
A baby shower that is going to have, shall we say, a little twist on it. I'm going to allow her to say it because I actually physically don't feel like I can get the words out of my mouth. Okay, let's watch the clip.
Did I hear right that you have a stunt planned for June?
Yes, I have a baby shower on Saturday. Next Saturday, and I'm inviting the public to turn my baby shower into a golden shower.
Why?
This is criminal. Can Child Protective Services or whatever they have save the baby before it's even out of the womb? Thank you. That baby is fucked, Poke it. That baby is fucked. One way or another. Oh my god, hi, and Bonnie. Hi, Samax! Hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello!
It's just fun. It's a twist on the baby shower. I'll be having sex with the people as well as, and it's going to be like a mixture of wholesome baby shower games, like
some whole, yeah, but not wholesome.
The traditional trying different baby food, along with other fluids added in there.
Now I'm uncomfortable. This is your baby. This is your child.
Yeah. Again, my body, this is what I'm choosing.
Do you not see that in any way as a denigration of your baby?
No, like, it is difficult because I don't want to sexualize the baby.
No, like, it is.
You shouldn't be getting pregnant in the first place! That baby is sexualized before it is born. Even if she doesn't do the stunt, that baby is sexualized.
Difficult because I don't want to sexualize the baby. And for those of you that do not know what a golden shower is, do not Google it. Okay, I'll go ahead and try to explain it to you. It is when men come.
It is. She's gonna be bathing in pee. I'll say it as it is.
And relieve themselves, urinate on you, around you, whatever the case may be. That's what a golden shower is. So that's what she's intending to do with her baby shower, among other things. I mean, there are the obvious points here that not only is she opening herself up, but her baby up to disease.
I don't think she's opening herself up. That's been open for a while. I think it's going back to how it was. I'm uncomfortable. Same. Hi, Beastkeeper Judah. How you doing? Yes, you heard right. We're talking about Bonnie. Man-made horrors.
Diseases of a sexually transmitted nature, all types of different things in doing this as a baby shower. And the fact that men, while she says she does,
the baby's gonna come up with multiple different genetics from different men, right? Like Frankenbaby. I swear to God, it's gonna be Frankenbaby. That's what I'm seeing here. It's gonna be the Frankenbaby. I'll say it how it is. That is just the reality.
Does not want to sexualize her baby, would be lining up for the opportunity to do exactly that at this baby shower. And there's a distinct reason why she's marketing this in this way and talking about it in this way, is because she does in fact intend to sexualize her baby. That is exactly what the entirety of this event is for, alongside her just incessant need for attention. So there's possible diseases here. There will be predators there. You're subjecting not only yourself, but your baby to this. And then your baby gets to come into a world that they grow up in and will probably come to find out that this is what you did to yourself and to
Man-made horrors? Nah, woman-made horrors. This is woman-made horrors indeed. God. So guys, you're like, right? Remember how in the Bible God destroyed one of the city, like a city, because it was too depraved? What the fuck did they do that we haven't done yet in our society? Right? I'm just straight up asking, what the fuck have we done that they, like, right? What the fuck have we haven't done that they have done? Like, I'm genuinely curious. Right? Genuinely. Like, I'm flabbergasted. Right? I have no words. I have no words.
them with all the other history that Bonnie Blue has on the internet with her digital footprint. And I think the interesting part of this conversation, if I can even call it that, is that you would think a baby entering this situation would be a true test. Children are uniquely innocent. They are uniquely vulnerable. There's something that our only real goal is to protect and foster a healthy environment for. And you would think for even a person as deranged as Bonnie Blue that
they wanted to lay with angels. Can she lay with angels? I think we need... I guess he promised to never flood the earth. But the question is, was that tied to never flooding the earth with water? I have an alternative. How about lava? Anyways. Like, have you ever heard of a gold dollar? I have. What? A gold dollar? No, I've never. Interesting.
a baby coming into the picture might flip some sort of switch where you start to realize that your need for attention and sexual abuse at this point would maybe be set aside for the child. Clearly, this has not been enough for her to change course for her own life or her child's life, and that is just devastating to hear. And I can't imagine what it's going to be like growing up with this individual as your mother. It is so vile and disgusting to even hear the words coming out of her mouth, let alone acknowledge that the fact that she's talking about actual events that are going to occur and that have occurred in her life. And what's weird is when we look at people like Bonnie Blue or say others like Lily Phillips who are engaging in similar acts and making similar content, these girls are coming from what we would typically call normal backgrounds. Two-parent households, enough money, a good education. It seems like a well-rounded childhood experience, yet they're ending up in these situations and making these choices, which leads me to believe either we're missing something and something broke in these individuals, or the influence of social media and OnlyFans culture and attention.
It is social media. That's the only... See, there's two things that as a parent, right, you cannot control eventually. What they consume on social media, for the most part, at least once they're older, and who they hang around with. And I've seen good girls and good men, right? Good men and good women being turned into absolute degenerates because they had friends that are absolute degenerates. Now you can say like, "Oh, right, I'm not like that," right? But look at your friends. Look at who you surround yourself with. And you may end up realizing, I'm hanging around some weirdos. I'm hanging around some degenerates, right? It is interesting, right? Because social behavior is contagious. For example, if your friends cheat, you are more likely to cheat because they are normalizing it. And that's how your monkey brain works. If you surround yourself with people that are violent, you're going to become violent. If you surround yourself with people that steal, you may end up becoming a thief. It's really that simple. Social behavior is contagious. And they may have ended up hanging around with women that are just like that. There's a theory that people from normal backgrounds that do stuff like this is because the only... learn to listen to people that are in charge of them rather than learning the morals of their families. Yeah. Yeah. If you feel useless, remember Victini learned stored power with basically no boosting moves. Interesting. Poor Victini.
And the sexual nature of so many of our brains in society right now is actually trumping a well-rounded upbringing, because it doesn't seem to be about money anymore. They're making plenty of it. It doesn't seem to be about, I guess, followers, because they're at the top of that in whatever disgusting way they're doing this. It doesn't seem to be about how many men they can have sex with, because they've done that all in a single day. It seems to be now some sort of pathological need for attention, and the worst kind of attention. And I guess
Daddy issues? Question mark? Maybe it's daddy issues. Fatherless behavior, if you will. Right? You can still have, right? You can have a present father. You can have a father that's there, but not necessarily present, right? Fatherless behavior, maybe. Bro, what the fuck is this shit? Let me look. Yeah, nah, bro. I had enough internet for today. Stop.
up your identity in whether or not you are receiving that at any given moment. And if you have this incessant need for attention, and you've already started with stunts like sleeping with 100 men in one day, and then you move to 200 and 500 and 1,000, the threshold for getting more attention becomes higher and higher and higher, and you have to go
She had the 1,000 cock stare anyways.
crazier and crazier and crazier. And you'd think a baby may come into the picture and alleviate that disgusting, vile need for attention, but that hasn't been the case. And that's really all I've got when it comes to analyzing a situation like this. I can't even believe the video exists. I can't even believe this situation exists. Can't believe that this is the world that we are living in. Of course, my strong knee-jerk reaction is somebody get this child away from this woman. But this is modernity.
Too bad we cannot take her take the kid out of the womb early. Too bad that, see, maybe we do need like these incubation robots. In cases like this, maybe we can just like, right? Take the kiddo out. I don't know.
I guess this is allowed. What can you do? Guys, those are my thoughts. I'd like to hear your thoughts in the comments down below. As always, if you disagree with anything I said in this video, did you? Okay. Guys, if you like this video, I don't know how or what that means. Maybe you agree with the analysis, like, subscribe, click the notification bell, be notified every single time I post a video for you guys. Hopefully never another one like this ever in my life or my child's life. And I will see you tomorrow.
Anyways, that was interesting. That was very interesting. I must admit. That is very, very interesting. I don't know what to say. All I know is that there are limits, and I think we've slowly but surely reached those, and maybe it's time to put her in solitary confinement until the kid's out. That's all there is to it. We gotta put the kiddo in solitary confinement, and then maybe it can exist in peace, possibly, perhaps. Horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Absolutely horrible. Guys, I need a quick break. I will be right back, but I need a quick break because the watermelon is calling, chat. So yeah, the watermelon's calling. I'll be right back. I was muted, sorry. He has a watermelon he's munching on at the moment. No. The watermelon is calling in a sense that it wants to go out. It wants to leave the body. The watermelon wants to leave the body. That is what I meant. And also the dog broke out. So my dad left the... Yeah, no, I'm mute. I was mute. I know. So we have a little gate, and my dad didn't close the gate, so the dog said, you know what? I quite enjoy freedom. And so he gained it. Freedom. Anyways, yeah. Next that I want to watch. The next one. Right? Need to work slowly through all of these. I have a lot, so bear with me. So this one I can remove. All right. So next I want to watch is... Let's watch, chat. Let's watch Creepy Boy Moms. Right? Yeah, let's watch Creepy Boy Moms. Right? Honestly, when I saw that poker was German, I was like, how? What do you mean, how? I'm confused. Duck, do something I like. Come on. Do it like this? Do you like this? Do you like boy moms? Are you a boy mom? Is this something that interests you, Apple? No. Aw, you're so annoying. Little thing. Little apple thing. Let's do... I want to do something interesting. How about this? You want to look at this? Can you please do the Beyblade one in this stream? I will do the ones I like. Honestly, do you want to watch this one? Is this something that interests the Apple? Or do you want to do something else? Fuck boy moms. You don't know what boy moms are? You'd be in the shock. You'd be shocked. She doesn't answer. Yes, sure. Okay. Let's get traumatized, chat. Let's do something traumatizing. Shall we? Shall we? Let's go. When culture becomes a nightmare for Nigerian women, the Ozoro Festival by Cassie, I think, is it? Loveth Ike. That's a very interesting name and very long one. Anyways, we'll look at this. I am uncultured. I'm an uncultured piggy, so we're going to look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Anyways, man-made horrors beyond our comprehension. Here we go.
At this point, being a woman in Nigeria feels like a nightmare. Just when you thought you've had it all. In 2026, there is a culture that permits men to have access to a woman's body forcefully.
What is that? After this one, can we do the sun woke up? I will do what I will do with the ones I want to do, and that's that. I'll be real. I'll be real. I will watch the ones that I'm interested in. And that's that. I will do them by interest. At the moment, the vibe. Is that clothes? Was that just a woman's clothes? What is going on?
I've marked out Tuesdays for self-development videos, but I had to make this video and post it today. And honestly, Tuesday felt so long. And this is how it's going to be moving forward. When there's something that needs to be addressed, everything else waits. Over the weekend, social media was flooded with disturbing videos from a festival in Ozoro, Delta State, Nigeria, where women were seen being chased, harassed, and assaulted in public, all in the name of upholding a culture.
I'm gonna say it. Actually, fuck it, I'm gonna say it. If it's normal in your culture that you marry, that children marry, that people are abused, that people are killed, that is a culture that should disappear. I'm going to say it the way it is. This is a culture that needs to be gone. You know how Asmongold was flamed for the fact that he said, right, that a culture would be inferior? Depending on what part of culture that is, he might be not so wrong. Anyways, moving on.
Saw these videos, I was really triggered. I was angry. And there's no right-thinking human being that would see those videos and not get upset. You may be wondering what type of culture will warrant such attack on women. Well, according to the people who are familiar with this festival, they said it is a tradition where women are asked to stay indoors and not come out for a period of time. And if they do so, whatever they meet outside, they called upon themselves, which involves them being get.
In other words, it's a grape festival. Literally. Word for word, bar for bar. It literally is. It literally is. That's what it is. It literally is. There's nothing else to say. Yeah, and we're inviting these men to our countries. That's the irony of it all.
Acid. Men will grab you, harass, and assault you. Mind you, there is a university in that town. So students, female students, cannot go to school. Or is it women that are bankers, doctors? You say they shouldn't go to work. They won't go out of the house for 7 days. This festival goes on for 7 days. So doctors won't go to work.
7 days? But we can call that culture bad. That's race. That culture is bad. I'm gonna outright say it. See, sure, they might have some enriching parts in that culture. That is not one of them. That is not one of them. That's part of the culture that needs to be eradicated. It's that simple. It is that simple. Problem is that it won't.
Bankers won't go to work. Students won't go to school just because of this so-called festival that will in turn be a nightmare for these women. Young girls from other parts of Nigeria that went there to study and probably didn't know about this barbaric culture will, of course, mostly be the victims. Let's say they got a hint of it. Why on earth is there a grape festival in 2026? Even the king of the land said he didn't know about this festival. And while some people were saying he was lying, some other people were saying probably he didn't know. Maybe, truthfully, he didn't know about it. But how can? A lot of people said it didn't just start today, that it has been going on for years. And women from this community has come out to share some traumatic experience. There's this one I saw that really broke my heart.
This raping of women of a teen in Ozoro is something that is actually...
That's probably not the only one. That's probably not the only one in Africa. I'm gonna say it the way... It's probably not the only one that's like that, right? It probably isn't. Same with, right? This exists for the same reason we still have slaves in Africa. Not white men enslaving these other people. Black men enslaving other black men and black women. So, yeah, I think it's gonna stay the way it is. Probably, very likely. There was a leader in Africa that wanted other countries to send equipment for farming instead of food to stop them from becoming freeloaders. He was, oh, well, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
normal in Delta State. Yes, mostly in Ughelli. Ughelli, I will talk about it. Around September time, any girl you see on the road, you grape. Law no go do you anything. Law will not hold you. Nothing will hold you. You can grape anybody. You can even grape someone's wife in Ughelli self that day. Law will not do anything to you. They feel like that day is just for graping women. Any girl you see on the road, you can just grape. You can just sexually assault that girl. I say the corner. If you do anything to
I wonder what the law is. Let's say someone's wife goes out, right? Just right before her doorsteps, right? She gets assaulted. What happens if the husband's there and kills the dude? Does the husband go into jail? If they have jail? Like, how does this work? The accent is strong, but I can understand it, but yeah. It's like, how does this work? Like, how does this work? How does this all work? Because, like, right, it's legally permitted because it must be legal under 7 days. So what happens if a husband murks one of these dudes, right? Because, yeah, if you do this, you deserve to be murked. Gone. Lights out. Demons can stay in hell. That's where they belong. Moving on.
that girl, nobody go do you anything. So that thing is normal in Delta State and it's normal in Ughelli and Ozoro to the same thing. That's why you see, as they see that girl come outside, they just crowd out. That thing they normal for years now. They have been practicing that tradition. If the girl come outside, they go tell her and say, why you go come?
What'll happen if you kill? Well, earlier she said that whatever happens to a woman, like essentially she deserves. Does that include murder? Does that include murder? That's an important question. Anyways, this is just real life purge, but in Nigeria.
Aside that day, if you come out to talk or voice out, even the girl parent go tell her, who saying me you come aside that day? You know, say they know the women not supposed to come aside.
If you think say you don't see the worst test with you for this Ozora festival where they mean if you bet you my life say you never see. When I take the secondary school, when I take this second festival for inside my time, they shook rod. Better road for inside my pastor picking because not be say the girl come aside though. The girl don't come aside. People when in my town this year, they go relate to inside, they go relate to this story. They shook road, they run inside their house. Say they pushing up person where snap working. They run inside our pastor house like this. They see the girl, I mean the girl come aside. Then they shook road. What?
Bro, a girl is crashing out. I struggle to keep up, but I understand. No, you don't personally. Do you have any laws for it? Yes, we do. Though, if the assaulter is an immigrant, you might ending up in jail because of racism. Moving on, because yes, that has happened before.
Inside the gate because this thing was over many years ago, like 8-9 years ago. I don't know if you mention the name of my child. I don't know if you mention the name of my pastor because I know say that girl will see the traumatized still up.
If you do not understand Pidgin, honestly, I cannot bring myself to translate. But if you had Rod, just imagine the unthinkable. Yeah, that was what happened. I saw a video of a guy from Delta State saying this was not how it was done. That he has never seen such before in his whole life of living in Ozoro. So I begin to wonder, how then is it done? Well, while I was still wondering, the president and secretary of Ozoro community released a press statement explaining what the festival is all about. And I read, of course, the part that concerns us. The Alwedo festival is traditionally regarded as a festival of fertility. It is widely believed to be...
I do not care what this festival is about. It needs to stop. That is all I can say.
be a cultural practice that brings blessings of children to individuals or couples experiencing difficulty in childbirth. As part of this long-standing tradition, certain symbolic practices are observed, including the act of playfully dragging and
Playfully.
pouring sand on married individuals who are yet to have children as a cultural expression believed to invoke.
You should not do anything playfully without consent, you dumbass! Duck subtitles would help. I can't understand them, but I don't feel it. I don't think that the YouTube subtitles can keep up with this. As an Australian, I have an idea. We give them a few hundred cane toads. Nah, bro, that's something that you brought upon yourself with the goddamn toads, right? You tried to get rid of an invasive insect, so you brought in an invasive toad, so that dumb toad didn't eat the insects and is now just causing mayhem. You can have them yourself, because the more they spread, the worse it gets. Stop.
Fertility. I can bet you that men are not being dragged or sand being poured on them in this type of festival. I can bet you. It is usually the women that go through it. To every man that planned, executed this thing, the ones that are standing there without doing anything, the ones that were recording, shame. I say shame. Shame to you all. If it was your sister, your daughter, or your mothers, will this have been okay? Imagine it being your sister. At this point, I don't even know what to think. It means if you can do this, you can actually do it to your sisters and your daughters and your mothers. It's a shame. It's a big shame. So if the festival is for fertility, isn't it the more reason why women should be out? Something is not adding up. Someone is definitely lying.
Yeah, it's fertility, right? When women step outside, they just get magically pregnant, like Mary. Right? They just get pregnant. It just happens, right? Magically. Right? Big magic.
At what point do we stop calling something culture and start calling it what it is? This is crime, and all perpetrators should face the law. Because if women cannot feel safe, dignity is stripped away, and harm excused, then we have to sit ourselves down and ask the questions. The annoying part is there are people defending this. You see people say things like, that's how it has always been. It is part of the tradition. People are just overreacting. I have seen comments and tweets defending this. Women
People defend human beings. No, I do not refer to these as human beings. Those aren't humans. Those are demons in disguise. Listen, okay? Listen. This is part of a culture that should die. This is part of a culture that should die. That there's nothing else to add to this. Literally.
men are meant to be indoors during the festival. Na the rule. If you come out, now you know what's in your eye go see. Another one said, it is a tradition. Leave their tradition. If una they do una oro, who did question una? This man said, stop this misinformation. I am presently in Ozoro. They have made announcements more than a week ago that this will happen to a lady if she is caught outside. That is their tradition. So what are they doing outside?
73 replies. Bro is getting his ass beat probably in multiple languages. Especially thanks to the translation feature. They are eating this man. Why? Sorry, but this, I don't care if it is a tradition. It is a disgusting tradition that has no place in a civil world. But then again, civil world. Not really here.
Very simple instructions. Stay indoor. There are also videos of people publicly defending this, including women.
They know how this thing is. I'm sure individuals have told them, you have heard stories. Why did they come outside? Let's look at Abaka, for example. When Abaka is doing their own festival, when they will carry knife or cutlass and come outside and say they're killing people and all of that, you will not see one Abaka student say he's forming one thing and go outside. You want to test waters. Probably those girls wanted to test waters.
Is this bitch retarded? Bring me the IQ test. I need to figure something out real quick. What? Man and woman made horrors beyond my comprehension today. Is this bitch stupid? Is this chick stupid? Oh wow, I'm losing brain cells here. Like, they're all collectively dying. They have a festival out there where they can essentially massacre each other. No woman hates women more than other women. She lost. There is no plot. Behind this huge forehead is no brain. There is no brain to be found here. What do you mean? Also, what do you mean there is a festival where it's allowed to murk people when they go outside? I think India is getting too much hate. I think there should be more hate towards somewhere else. And I'm just saying, what is this?
I don't know. I'm not trying to say that I don't know whether those girls are trying to.
Now, normative for Delta State. Raping festival. You ain't not saying I get raping festival before that day. Either you travel or you not come and say that all that day. Just as you did for Delta State.
But the problem is, this is a woman that's safe. Anyways, moving on. This is a woman that no man is like standing there. Yeah, I hit that. Anyways.
Woman ain't shit on your husband. If you shit on your husband no, your husband eat your food, your husband will die. But the man is entitled to as many wives as he can. I'm not thing for Delta State. And I'm proud of her because I'm from Delta.
If you watch,
weren't they building a ton of schools in Africa? In this case, Nigeria. Weren't there millions of euros going to Nigeria? And that is what you do with it? Duck, shush, that's rude. Don't say that. I say it as it is. I say it as it is. If you as a woman sit here and defend this, you are one of two things. Ugly as hell, or mentally deficient. Borderline mentally deficient. And men literally have done reptiles. Borderline mentally deficient. Well, maybe the reptile looked saucy. Anyways. That's all I can say. You must be borderline mentally deficient. That's all there is to it. Right? Below 70 IQ, that's the only way I can explain this. There's no way. That's all I can say.
Watch that video, you will see young boys of about 8 years, 10, 13, 15, little boys, young boys. And you begin to wonder where. At least if your father does not have sense. If their fathers are part of the culture and are trying to drag them, where are the mothers? These are the mothers, the ones supporting and upholding this culture and defending such barbaric acts. So what do we expect? Of course, so we begin to pass this down to these children who are already practicing it. And I really need us to think about this. Since when did it has always been like that? It has always been done, become a valid excuse for harm. Because if we are being honest, there are a lot of things that society has normalized that we now recognize as wrong. So why is it so hard for us to question certain things when it has to do with women? See, the truth is, a lot of these so-called cultures and traditions are specifically dangerous for women. Where their bodies are not respected, their safety is not guaranteed, and their voices are dismissed. And somehow, they are expected to just accept it, to manage it and understand tradition. There is a culture in Igbo land where women cannot come out when masquerade is out. I think it even happens in other places as well, that women can't come out when there is a masquerade out. If not, you will see women getting flogged, maybe women coming back from the markets or so, and they get flogged just because they are outside. And nobody is saying anything. Nobody is saying anything. Of course, it's women, it's being done to women. And so nobody will say anything. It is culture and tradition when it has to hurt a woman. I will say this loud. Any system that requires women to be uncomfortable, unsafe, or silent is not worth protecting. Cultures is supposed to give identity, preserve values, and bring people together, not enable harm and silence women. And this is where we need to draw the line, because if something is good, then it should stand.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. We're actively participating in essentially ruining what we have here in the West. It might be for the best if the West offers to adopt these people's babies. It might save them from this culture. It genuinely might. That's the hilarious part. It genuinely might.
Correction. If it cannot be questioned, then there is something they are not telling us. Because the moment you question anything, you hear you are disrespecting tradition. You think you are too exposed. This is Western thinking. Well, if you look at those videos, you will see that those men trying to grab.
This is Western thinking. I'm not going to, right? I might just point out, we don't have that here. There is no grape festival in Germany. There is none in Italy. There's none in Spain. There's none in Poland. There's none in Sweden, Norway, Denmark, the Netherlands, Luxembourg. That doesn't exist. The United States, Australia, Russia. That isn't here. Not everything that comes from the West is bad, you know? I'm just saying it.
Girls and assaulting and harassing those girls. They were not tying sack or wearing bamboos or even tying wrappers. They were wearing Western outfits. Traditional man. Maybe when it has to do with women, y'all suddenly develop amnesia. A lot of people defending this are also educated, but no, it has to do with women. So let's be selective. I respect culture, but I don't believe that culture should ever come at the expense of human safety and dignity. I heard some people have been arrested, but I don't believe anything that comes from the mouth of people in high places. Justice hardly gets served in this country. And come to think of it, it is obvious Deltan women are okay. They've accepted this as a norm. If not, why are they not on the streets protesting for the abolishment of this festival?
Because you would die. It is that simple. You'd die. It is that simple. Don't you think, right? Don't you think that if you were out on the streets as a loud voice advocating for this, that on that day, when the festival, quote-unquote festival, starts, nobody would enter your house and make sure that you can't say that anymore? Her eye rolls and the expressions, I love her. She's fun.
Inhumane festival. And to my Igbo brothers, especially the ones in the marketplaces, I hope you know that there is no difference between you and those men in Ozoro community. Because for a woman to go to the market, let me speak for myself. For me to go to the market, I always prepare my mind to be touched by a man who I didn't give access of my body to. You see men rubbing your body, and when you try to defend, they start calling you names, they start calling you prostitutes and all of that. And some of you have a problem with it's always a man. It's not all men, but it is always a man. We need a shift. Culture is not above humanity, and no celebration should come at the cost of someone's dignity. We can respect where we come from without accepting everything that comes with it. And I think it is time to stop pretending not to see it. If you're coming across this channel for the first
Arguably, if there was a festival with women that could do this, this would happen to men as well. I'm gonna say it. If it's allowed, people are gonna do it, right? If there was a festival where for 7 days you could just steal anything for like whenever, that would happen. It's not a gender problem. It's a culture problem. If that culture permits that men can do this, then they'll do it. Same as if the culture permitted that women could do it, then they do it. It's that simple. There's really no it's really not all that complicated.
time, my name is Cassie, and over here we talk. I make videos challenging the norms, mindset shifts, and real life conversations. You should go ahead and subscribe. You will like it here. And don't forget to like, share, and I really love your thoughts in the comments. Thank you for watching, and I will definitely see you in my next video.
That's the end of the video. That was rather than, but it would be harder. Men just are physically stronger that get an advantage there. Yeah, but here's the fun problem. If you make it illegal for men to fight back during those 7 days, it would be over. Because I can guarantee you that during these 7 days, it would be illegal for a woman that is getting assaulted at the spot to kill that man. I can guarantee you that that's the case. I can guarantee you that's the case, that if a woman does it, she'd end up in jail. If you set up the right system, you could do this exactly with men as well, which is why it's a culture problem, not a gender problem. It's really that simple. It is really that simple. But yeah, this is crazy. I think this part definitely deserves eradication. If that's a culture, that's a tradition, deserves absolute annihilation, removing, gone, away, and everyone who permits it and everyone who participates it, life in prison, straight up. I don't care. I don't care. Life in prison, or at least on like a sex offender list. I don't care. Just watch those Lost Men on Earth. And to be fair, if you were the Lost Man on Earth, obviously nobody could protect you, right? You're cooked. Just like if you were the Lost Woman on Earth, you'd be cooked. Right? Honestly, in that scenario, you'd be fucked regardless, right? You'd just be fucked regardless. Maybe a little too literally, but that's the reality. Anyways, that was rather depressing. If I do say so myself, that was rather depressing. That was pretty depressing. That was sad. All right, let me see what I want to watch. I'm curious. Right? I haven't had a WestJet video for a while. And I'm curious about Saikuno. I'm very curious about Saikuno. Because apparently it still keeps going on. I am very interested about this. Saikuno's return just got absolutely insane by WestJet. We're gonna look at this. Right? This man literally got away, right? With cheating. Broski just got away with cheating, mind you. It's insane, right? Bro lined up all the VTuber girlies, right? And he essentially got away with it. It is crazy. Anyways, also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm gonna bother you about reaching 5K, so keep doing it. It's interesting. Also, does he have a fucking La Boo Boo there? What the heck? Anyways, we'll go in. This can't be good.
Massive day for the unemployed. Saikudo just returned to streaming, and boy oh boy, people were...
Did he fix his relationship? Anyways, that didn't take all too long. I'll be real. I guess the money was needed. I haven't heard about this dude in so long. Well, apparently he has returned, and the comments aren't particularly angry.
pissed. Let's check it out.
Alright, well, as most of you guys know, I've been gone for a bit. And while I've been gone, I was working on myself and repairing the damage I've done to...
Ain't no way he's still doing the anime voice.
Bro, is your XB bar not full enough? Is it not full enough?
Love or hate Rice Gum, he's cooking.
My girlfriend and our relationship.
Rice Gum, that's hilarious. I haven't heard anything from Rice Gum in ever. Does that man even still exist? Does Rice Gum even still exist? Genuinely, I haven't heard from this dude ever, right? So I'm like curious, does this man even still exist? Does Rice Gum still exist? What did he do? So, this man, okay, so this, backstory, for those who don't know. This man cheated on his girlfriend, right? Okay, so far so good. And he lined up the VTuber girlies, right? Like, he was like, right? He was doing all the VTuber girls. VTuber chicks, right? Now, here's the hilarious parts. These women were so stupid, right? Like, right? These women were so stupid. Yes, he's a cheater, but these women were so stupid that they completely fucked up the entire takedown, right? Completely, okay? They basically acted like victims. But here's the funny part. They reached out to him first in many cases. Right? They reached out to him first. There was a chick who deliberately tried to take him down after she realized that she could never become the main chick. There were also a bunch of chicks that lied simply because like they talked with him once. And that's that. So this whole thing backfired hard on these women. Because they lied. Either lied... They lied, actually, right? He's a cheater, absolute scum. But it's hilarious how... Right? Nothing happened to him. Right? And they were like... The girlfriend was never actually... Right? The girlfriend was never actually involved in any of this, right? She was never contacted, nothing. And they were all like, the poor girlfriend. But she was never actually contacted before they dropped like all these Google Docs and shit. It is so interesting. It is so interesting. It is hilarious. And well, girlfriend forgave him, and back on track.
And what I did to her was horrible, and for a lot of people, they could never forgive that. I regret doing it so much, and.
This virgin just said the return of the king.
In the time I've been gone, I've been working every single day to try and make things better.
Working on the weekend like usual.
It hasn't been easy, but I'm glad to share that not everything's perfect, but we made a lot of improvements, and we can confidently say that we're doing a lot better. We're in a position where we could be happy together, and we're headed in a good direction.
Me and my girlfriend queued Among Us together with my other Chinese streamer friends, and then we played a bunch of League of Legends.
I wouldn't be coming back to streaming if both of us didn't feel that way.
This dude can't be getting away with this. Hashtag justice for this guy. Hey, I'm an up-and-coming VTuber, and I was wondering if you could help me get my XP up permanently bad.
King, absolute goat. Bro is goated. I'm so based. That's a good one, King. That is amazing. Okay, that's a good one. Right, the context of like him doing all the VTubers. Here's a question now. Which VTuber didn't he have yet? Which VTuber chick didn't he have yet? That's the more important part. It's not like that he dated VTubers. It's like, which one hasn't he dated?
What is up, guys? It's Kuno here.
Why is everyone treating this like a good thing? If the roles were reversed, the woman would still be called a I'm not for this. The double standards is gross. Wasn't this?
You want to know why? Kazu the Oni VT. You want to know why? Because the chicks fucked up. The chicks that he cheated with on his girlfriend fucked up. They fucked massively up. And obviously the girlfriend forgave him. Like, what are you going to do about it? Like, it's that simple. I consent. Did you forget someone?
His second time too? Why is he still talking like that, man?
Dude, I'm watching the stream while you try not to laugh, but...
Oh, I don't care. He's a creep and his girlfriend is pathetic. I mean, true.
Oh, yeah, right. They use the word creep, I think. Which people immediately associate that with a predator. But the problem is that that's... No, actually, correction. They did use pred, actually. Actually, the word predator. Which in this legally does not apply, and if he wanted to sue these people, he could. Another reason why they fucked up even further, right? It just keeps going, Chad. It just keeps going. He's a cheater. That's it.
Yeah, that's pretty true. That's true.
All right, well, I'm pretty nervous, as you can guess.
The silence is deafening.
You know, with everything that happened, a lot has changed. And I think I've...
Didn't Asmongold literally say this, by the way? I just realized that he literally said this, right? He would return due to this, like, poor victim act. And I can tell you, right? This is not the last we're gonna hear of this man. We're gonna hear again that he cheated. Because, like, some women will hear this and be like, oh, poor Saikuno. I'm moist.
Grown a lot from it in so many ways. And I...
What do you mean by this?
say that's most of the update I've got. It's going a lot better, and I wouldn't be coming back if it wasn't that way.
I mean, his girlfriend is sort of pathetic for taking him back, but that's on her.
True. Yeah, that's on her though. Yeah, right. That's her thing. But yeah, true. She's very pathetic. I agree. Oh no, Salmax is in chat. Also, hi Poke. Why are you insulting my apple? How dare you? But hi GT. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Ducky, you moist for him? Not for him, but for someone.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, thank you guys, is all I can say. And also, of course, thank you to all my friends who, you know, are still supporting me. I don't know if I would have done quite as well if I didn't have such supportive friends who really want the best for me. And
Zooey Mama XQC chimed in.
What about the other women? Why should we give
a new haircut?
So,
yikes!
So many ways,
buddy. What about the other people? I mean, so what do you want? An apology to them for what? They knew the parameters. The women were led to believe that he was single. Okay, perhaps true. But then they interacted after the fact, and they were still negotiating. And when there was no promise of a future, then they pulled the trigger on the retaliation, which is the main problem. At that point, it becomes kind of fair game. If you
when XQC makes sense, you know it's a problem. But yeah, a lot of the.
Anyways, that's hilarious. Right. I didn't understand anything of what XUZ just said. Because when he talks, it's never, like, it is not comprehensible words. It sounds like gibberish to me. Like, it sounds like he's trying to speak, it's like somebody hearing English and trying to imitate that.
Girls who came out with a slob basically said nothing.
If you were wronged, and you don't fire a shot at getting a prize, your claim is valid for what it is. If you were wronged, and you go, wait a minute, I can probably get a max win here, and you give it a shot, and you lose, then if you try to go and go with the first claim, it's kind of void.
What the actual did you just say to me right now?
Bro, like, he said a whole lot of nothing.
I just thought, yo, he's kind of the GOAT.
Yo, stop with the Red Bull. It's Ramadan. Saikudo returns to streaming.
Random little blow to the side to this poor chair sitter Sneeko. Anyways,
After cheating scandal apology, the 34-year-old streamer addressed the April cheating allegations head-on during the I'm Back broadcast, saying he has spent time preparing his relationship and that they both agreed it was a great time to return. Hide your VTubers, the Slayer is back.
I'd be only concerned if you did male stream VTubers, but I'm safe. In parts. I'm safe in parts. Anyways.
Champions Club Platinum card holder. He can't prevent smirking non-stop, lol. Still doing that cringe voice, too. When you do the ooh-woo, you get the bust nuts or huh?
Hide your Oshi! The VTuber Rizzler's back. Hide Yoshi. Hide her now. No audio?
Bro instantly went into sub-only mode. His XP is high enough again. What did this guy do? Had intercourse with a consenting adult.
That's pretty much all I can really say about it. I think we're doing better. And we're going to be back to gaming and stuff like that, and hopefully having a good time.
The first Among Us stream back gonna be hitting.
Bro is just like acting like nothing happened. It's hilarious.
Different, you already know. You're not the victim, Jesus Christ, and you didn't change in just 2 months. Such a shameless person. Again, he's a scumbag for cheating, and that's bottom of the barrel activity, but he didn't really commit a crime or do anything irredeemable.
That this whole Saikuno thing has gone too far because even my parents know about it. Well, actually, my mom is kind of tapped in.
If your mom knows about it, hide your mom. He's going after her next if she's a VTuber. So, he didn't commit a crime. Indeed. He's absolute scum. Indeed. But you kind of have to admit, again, that the women he had were the reason mostly that he got away with. Because, see, they were acting like victims, but they're not quote-unquote victims. Nothing bad happened. The only victim in this situation is the girlfriend, and she forgave him, so you can't really do much anymore. It is what it is.
But my dad is not. I feel like, I'm like, what the It's reaching my dad's algorithm?
It might just be because you're Asian, I'm not gonna lie. Maybe everyone gets a notification on their Billy.
It's not real.
Anyway, moving on.
What the fuck? Anyways, Asians low-key mog, but their birth rates are declining because they'd rather game in 30 years. No one will be offended at my trolling because there will be 0 left due to excessive raping, use, and low alcohol tolerance. Bro, that's crazy.
I do think, obviously, there's a few people out there who quite aren't.
Do people forget that Indians are Asian? And arguably everyone that's Middle Eastern is also sometime, like depending on where they are, also Asian. There will still be Asians. There just won't be any Koreans and Japanese. Anyways.
Aren't quite as friendly, but there's a lot of people happy to see me, and I think that means a lot, so thank you guys.
I think a lot of people are confused about the Saikuno situation, like why everyone cares so much. If he's just a boy and a player, and yeah, so what, he cheated on his girlfriend. I think the main reason why everyone cares so much, especially women, is because we genuinely thought that he was a safe person, and I'm sure that's why.
You are parasocial. You are parasocial. You do not know this man. You do not know this man. You do not know this man. This is parasocialism. on the this is delusion on the highest level possible. Nope, don't. Why would I hide Sumax? Sumax is not a VTuber, and if he ever tries touching her, he dies. Anyways, moving on.
He was always hanging around with female content creators. So that's why it's so shocking to see that someone that you thought was respectful towards you actually turned out to use that to their advantage. To use that image that they had of you, of being safe.
Yeah, it's the nice guys you gotta worry about. They're the wolves in sheep's clothing most of the time. Like, even now, his LARP has gone intergalactic. He still can't drop the voice or the persona.
I'm nervous, guys. I wasn't sure if this was a good or a bad idea. I thought it was kind of dumb, but I was like, well, I guess I should still be myself, right? So I was like, if I'm really nervous, I'll wear my nervous shirt. And maybe, I don't know.
Oh, my bad. He got his nervous shirt on. I should have known.
Easy.
Bro is getting away with it. That's the sad part. Bro is actually getting away with it. He's getting away with it. That's hilarious. It's so bad, but it's so hilarious, but it's so bad.
I'm gonna be honest, I can't watch this. I can't. I'm so sorry. It just feels weird to me to like, feels weird, and it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, he f***ed up, he's trying to be a better person, and just, you know what I mean? And he just needs to get that out. It's like, really, I can't do it. I'm so sorry.
To be fair, it did get out of hand for Sykkuno. I feel pretty bad myself. You know, people were calling him a predator and like a rape. A bit disappointed his return video wasn't some Among Us gameplay. And bro,
what did it have? 4K views?
Who left the comments on, so props to him, not gonna lie.
Can't really say much because him and his girl good, bro. That's really all that matters.
I mean, hey, if she doesn't care, I guess no harm, no foul.
Cheated on his girlfriend with well, I don't really know. Apparently, there are like a lot of individuals for a long period of time. He
essentially ran the VTuber gauntlet. That's what it was. He ran the VTuber gauntlet, and he won against them all.
Preyed on smaller streamers that tend to also be young, but like 18 young. But
the problem is that many of these women reached out to him. Anyways.
He's, what, 30-something? So, that's like TLDR, I would say.
Cheating, yes, but preying on people, I think that's a slight exaggeration. I don't think that's very good faith, to be fair. And him going for younger women is weird, but again, nothing illegal. If you made it this far, please leave a comment and a like down below.
Anyways, this was interesting. This man can just return. This man can just return and go on with his life. He can just go on with his life. He can just go on with his life. Everything's normal. You know, a little bit of bad internet words, but that's about it. Bro's just chilling. Bro's living his best life, more or less. Girlfriend forgave him. He had a bunch of other chicks. It is hilarious, but the sad state of society. Wonderful. Alright, Sumax is poison. No, I'm not. Duck can testify. I'm not poisonous. Oh yeah, I can very much testify. I've tasted her, and right, this apple isn't poisonous. I'm still alive. Can the next video be something funny? Why don't you look in the mirror? There you have something funny. Moving on. Yeah, we can do the one that you sent. The Dungeon Soup one. We can do that. Whatever. Oh god. Oh god, what's the face? I can already see the face, whatever that is. What's going on? Water. Always stay hydrated, chat. Always stay hydrated. Onigiri by Dungeon Soup. This is the Chaotic Good Barbarian or whatever it was called, and it'll be very interesting. It's always very interesting. These are always very funny. So somebody's definitely getting cooked here sooner or later. So yeah. Look at this. Also, please consider liking, subscribing. I appreciate it. We reacted to a lot of these, so yeah, here we go. Oh no, that's so random. Oh god, that was so random. Bro, is he speaking like Japanese through all of this? I can't wait. Be gone, foul. Chapter 1. Be gone, foul Oni. God. Oh god. Look at the faces already.
私に上手にできる者はいないのかいききききき弱さをこれすことに飽きることはない
The entire fucking episode is in fucking Japanese. I can't do this anymore. The entire thing. Now the question is it real Japanese? Or are they just like yapping and acting like it's Japanese? I love how Barbarian sounds like Nick Cage.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. God. This one will end well. But he's really built. He's built.
Oh, konnichiwa. 罪のないテレビと解放して降伏すれば私優しくしてあげよう。非常によく。あなたは他人の命を全くリスペクトしていない。そう。
That is interesting. It is so interesting. It is so random too. It is so random, but well, he's been going off almost everything at this point, right? So like, it makes sense that we're here now where we are.
変わるつもりもない。のだろ。このバカ野郎聞こえるか？リスペクト。なぜ弱者をリスペクトする？必要がある。弱者はゴミ、大抹茶の我々は神だ。
Is he getting bigger every single time? He's dressed like Hornet. He's getting bigger every single... Is it just me or every single time I see this, right? Every single time, this man just gets larger. He just gets bigger, larger, more massive. He does. He just gets bigger. Chapter 2 playthings. He's gonna absolutely violate them, isn't he? He always does this.
私が弱いていないのか？お前を叩き殺すな！師匠、私が彼を倒しなす。彼の白子玉をいただきたい。何誰？
Magic anus ball? What?
頑張れ！このクズが
Alright, nicely cut in the middle.
こんにちは。ケブノさん、なぜそんなに時間がかかったの？遅れてごめんなさい。
This episode has an interesting art style from the usual. Isn't that the dude who got like cursed or whatever? Isn't that one?
先輩、あなたは助けを必要としていなかったようですね。彼は非常に弱い。
何？一撃で倒されるなんてインポッシブル。一体こいつらは何者だ？大きい方の注意をそらせば小さい方の不意を作れるはずだ。そして私のオルティメットテクニック伝説スーパー
Ultimate Technico. It is so good. It is so good. The super demon. All right, bro.
そして倒れた仲間を痛み私のジグルをすれて幼児のは降伏するだろう。その後私は自分の力で彼を撃ちまくすだろう。
Super demon soul crush attack. Yeah, okay, so I don't think, right? Is he gonna be killed right in the monologue?
なぜ彼はただそこに黙ってたっているのだろうか
This is an aura frame, bro. This is you're already dead type of energy. Bro is cooked.
そうだのか。赤ちゃまを見てたわけじゃないよ。ただね、あそこを見て、スーパーテーブルスークラッシュレッダー。
Well, that arm's gone. Nope, he's crushing nothing. He's crushing nobody.
攻撃を仕掛けたいなら2秒間も攻撃の映像を叫び続けるのはやめた方がいいんじゃないか。さあ、これから君たちの
Right, anime cliche. Screamy the attack. A classic, right?
切断された手足をおにぎり
Jelly-filled donuts. Onigiri. Now, he's gonna turn him into a I just got it. He's gonna turn into a literal one, right?
おにぎりそれは冗談ですがそれからお前をさらに1000の小さな破片に切り刻んでやる何そしてそのピスを1000おにぎり何
1,000? That's crazy. Tasty.
我々の歯にははねられているオシュのエモタレで切りつけられるたびに痛みが続いて胃酸が燃焼し血が収縮するあなたを消化しにがある
Who's actually the villain here? Who's actually the villain here at this point? With this, right? Who's actually the villain? Duck, you are cute as a button. Honigkuchenpferd.
デフのさナイフを用意してくださいはい早く考えないと彼は私に発音をするように見えるそして間違いなくもとサディスティックだ私は欺かなければならないもしかしたら
The stretch power. Indeed. He has the he can hello boo. I'd hate to see that barbarian does to someone who litters. Oh, yeah. Hopefully not.
の体がゴムだゴムお前の友達は有力なもし攻撃しようとしたらこっちを答えてやろうケンノさんさあ報告しろ
心配しないでバルブ先輩私は彼お前どれに操っとる
I want him. I want him. Yeah, let's see, bro. Let's see if you want him. What does he do? What does he do?
Oh no, conjure.
The Virgin Flames. The Virgin Flames. Do I have those? I need to figure that out. Honestly, that goes hard. Hold up. That goes hard. Hold up. That goes hard. Okay? Right? That one? That goes hard. That's good. That's good art. That's a good art. That goes hard. That goes actually hard. I don't know why, but it goes hard. The Virgin Flames are strong. He's transforming into the legendary Super Virgin. Epilogue. They're gonna eat him. They literally turned this man into onigiri. I cannot do this anymore. Wow, cool.
デフノさんこれは今まで食べた中で最高のおにぎりだはいお忘れてはならない食べなさいと思うよ
気持ち悪い
Alright, he still has him on his back. Oh god. Stop with the anime music. I do not want to get punished. There's even kawaii merch. I can't do this anymore. They really went all out for this. Okay, not bad. Well, as we can clearly see that these onigiri were literally made of an oni. But that's really all there is to it. I wonder if they did anything with the small dude as well. Right? I wonder if they did anything with the small dude as well. If that one was included into the food making. That mug actually looks very interesting. Anyways, that was something. That was something. Absolute cinema indeed. That was great. That was a good one. That was a good one. That was great. That was fucking great. That was amazing. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Not bad-o. Not bad-o. Alright, let me see. So we can get rid of the Psychuno thingy. Hold up. Hold up. I'm gonna show you more now transmade horrors beyond your comprehension, okay? I'm now gonna show you these. I'm gonna show you these. If you haven't heard it already. And did you like it, Poke? Yep, I did. I'm gonna show you transmade horrors beyond your comprehension. Get ready. So, okay. Is it odd how when we get women in fiction, they either they are either ugly or they're men? Anyways, Wonder Woman goes full modern audience and the reaction is brutal. Yeah, I'm ready for that. Meet DC's new transgender Wonder Woman, Naya Nell. It is very interesting. We got Wonder Man out here instead. It is interesting. You know, come to think of it, I don't like to use the word misogyny, but isn't it incredibly misogynistic to turn female characters into biological males? Isn't it? And then calling that a woman? Isn't it? Anyways, we're going in. This is a ref video. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I'm gonna bother you with reaching 5K this year as much as I can, so do that. Thank you so much. And yeah, we're going in.
Hey, what's up, Gutsref here. So it appears that we have reached the woke final boss. DC Comics is back at it again, doing the most ridiculous choices when it comes to their comic books, including their
And people sit here and ask why comics are absolutely losing and dying to anime and manga. To manga mostly, right? Because, right, cartoons are losing to anime, right? And comics are losing to manga. It is so interesting.
Introduction of a new transgender Wonder Woman. And of course, the reception of this is one of mockery and, well, criticism, because
I can tell you that without surgery, not a single man will be able to put this on. Not a single dude will be able to put this on. I can tell you that much. I can tell you that much. Hi, Fran. How you doing? Are we doing well?
on its face, this doesn't really make any sense now, does it? But of course, news outlets...
Of course, original lore-wise, it doesn't make sense. Wonder Woman is from an island that is exclusively biological females. And as we were able to tell, only the daughters of these, as far as I'm aware, do even have powers. So there's that. There's only women. So how would a male be able to, you know, have powers? Anyways.
It's like Q News here is very excited about this, and a lot of people, the modern audience mainly, is celebrating this. And
There is no modern audience. That's the thing, though. I guess journalists are part of that, but like they're trying to create the modern audience. That's why they're remaking everything, right? That's why they're remaking everything. So you forget about the originals and they could shove down the new ones for you know, younger generations. Anyways.
As something to validate their agenda, their identity, what have you. But this is truly a DC Comics moment. This is nothing that's come out of thin air. This sort of stuff has been going on for well over a decade at this point, decades even, where representation and agenda pushing is way more important than entertaining people, and yet DC Comics is...
Yep. So is anime and manga, though, right? They do suffer from the same problem where people demand representation, but I'm gonna say something that will shock you. I will say something that will shock you. I don't care about representation, especially not, right, in anime, right? I see a lot of, mostly black people demanding that there be black characters in anime, but I'm gonna say something that will probably shock a few people. This is not your media. This is not your media. I know, shocking, but this is not your media. And we've seen what happens if you do representation. You get gachiakuta. You get gachiakuta with an audience harassing the own mangaka. And we know exactly what audience that is. It is hoodweeps. Yeah, we get the idea. And then obviously LGBTQ and stuff, right? Makes sense. No sharp weapons can wound Wonder Woman. How the hell are they able to operate a movie as also as sturdy as her? This is why Western comic book empire getting destroyed by the East. Yep, it is indeed.
Is puzzled as to why people are choosing manga over comic books. So as we can see, this is a part of a new events for DC Comics. Their Pride events for the month of June. And in this Pride event, they are introducing the new Wonder Woman, a transgender hero dreamer named Nia Null. And as the author here begins, the already iconic trans superhero dreamer will take up the mantle in a new comic launching today. I'm already seeing people getting offended online. Really?
Really? Shocking. There are actually black people in anime, not a lot, but there are a couple. For example, Dutch and Black. That's not the problem. That's not the problem. That's not the issue. The issue is demanding that there be black people in anime when you are not the target audience. Fun fact, you're not the target audience for anime. Not me. Not Mexicans, not black people, not Indonesians, not Russians. Japanese are the target audience. Shocking, I know. And I think Japan should stick with targeting Japanese as their target audience. But that's just me. The problem isn't that there's black people. The problem is that if you insert black people because outside forces demand it. Because these characters are often written horribly. They're often written horribly. Sorry for my word, but why black people are so obsessed with representation in media? Because they don't have their own media. I'm gonna say it the way it is. They cannot create their own media. I don't know why. They can't. Can you tell me, for example, right? Since they like to always go back to the right, if they are acting like victims, right? They like to go back to their ancestors, mainly Africa, right? Can any one of you name me a popular African show that originated from Africa and is well known and popular internationally? You can't. They don't have their own media, as harsh as that sounds. They don't. They don't. Right? It's that harsh. They do not have that. So that's why they need representation in everything, because they don't create, because there's no black people creating media specifically targeting black people. Rarely. Wakanda joke. I'm actually curious. I'm actually, now that you mention it, not to mention, let me actually like check Rick. I'm actually curious now. Right? So, right? Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. Who is Jack Kirby? Right? Let me see who Jack Kirby is. That's a white man. So, Black Panther isn't even their own media. A white man drew him, and the white man created him. Anyways, moving on.
People are getting offended by this. You know what? I think that's maybe a good thing. I think more people should be offended by something like this. The notion of an Amazonian being transgender kind of goes against the entire Wonder Woman concept as well. But I think women aren't offended enough.
No. See, an Amazonian technically could be transgender, but not male to female. I don't know if female to male breaks the lore. I do not understand. I don't know, right? I'm not too known in Wonder Woman, right? DC lore, right? But arguably that could technically work. It cannot work in the reverse, where a man becomes an Amazonian, because that breaks lore. They probably will pull something out of their ass, though. I'm very much assuming that that's the case.
By this, we're talking about comic book fans in general mocking this, but I think women should be particularly offended by this. But that is a conversation that I'm sure social media will have a very pleasant time dealing with. But the author here continues on saying, I just want to remind you that the character of Wonder Woman has already been confirmed as bisexual and is already an LGBTQ plus icon. When you need to use fictional characters as an icon for your movement, that just tells you how terminally online all of these activists truly are. And also the developments with Wonder Woman are obviously recent ones.
Oh, now you care about bisexuals. I find that hilarious. Now all of a sudden they do care about bisexual people. Now all of a sudden that is the case. All of a sudden that is the case. But didn't you crash? But wasn't there a massive thing going on where when bi people would date the opposite gender, they would be treated like garbage, right? Barely, almost excluded. I'm not forgetting that. I may not be bisexual, right? I'm as straight as it gets, but I very well remember the way the LGBTQIA plus part very much excludes bisexual people. That's why also the most people that I know that don't like this whole label are bisexual.
And ones that represent a shift in how DC is approaching, well, everything with their company. But they continue on saying, well, come on. The original character is an Amazonian princess, an island entirely populated by female warriors. How is she not queer?
That's simple. That's actually quite simple. How can Amazonians continue to exist? Because as far as I'm aware, they still have to go outside of their little island and get pregnant. Unless I'm wrong. Like, it doesn't make sense unless they're immortal.
That's a very weird set of projection. Basically saying, if you're stuck on
or if you're like only right, if you only have female friends, you must be a lesbian. Wonderful.
An island with people of your same gender, how could you not end up sleeping with them? That's what this author is saying. Like, you literally wouldn't be able to help yourself in that situation. Do you understand how ridiculous all of this is? But of course, they say now DC's first trans superhero is getting the ultimate glow up, and we love.
Well, okay, Google, they are biologically immortal, but we've seen that they can die. So to make more, they have no other choice, because we've seen that they've got completely obliterated once.
To see it. How does Nia become a new Wonder Woman? Bear with me, I'm more of a Marvel fan. DC comic readers were first introduced to a new superhero team in Justice League Intergalactic Special Number 1. The planet Nautor and the Green Lanterns that protect it fell under the spell of the wretched Witch Queen, aka Mal Sinestro, who harnesses the planet's dream energy in hopes of taking over all that lies beyond. Star Sapphire
Dream energy. Sounds kinda gay. Moving on. Rock.
assembles a team of Justice Leaguers to liberate them, except for Green Arrow, who hates space. But Adam Strange's ship comes under attack before it enters Nautorian orbits, and Galaxy invites her best friend and one of the League's most wanted, Dreamer, along on the mission without telling anyone. Dreamer's visions spell doom from the start, and just when Star Sapphire thought she was getting the hang of her powers and being team leader, they succumb to the Witch Queen's all-consuming hive mind. Oh, that's so ironic, talking about a hive mind, when that is exactly what has consumed the likes of DC over the past couple of years. Now, in Justice League Dream Girls, a DC Pride event, Dreamer and Galaxy wake up in another reality. But in this dream dimension, they are Amazons, the race of warrior women from Greek mythology who live on Paradise Island, hidden from man's world, aka the rest of the world, and also the birthplace of Wonder Woman. Nia replaces Diana in this dimension, aka Wonder Woman, in her formative years and starts her own Wonder Woman origin story. I mean, what else do you say at this point? Like, the jokes right.
So arguably, your trans Wonder Woman is not even trans. She is biologically then a woman, because, right, it's an alternate universe. Therefore, she is still a woman. So your trans woman isn't even trans. Right? It's a full-on chick. Regardless. Wonderful. Where did that idea come from? Hilarious.
Themselves. And again, why aren't more women offended by this? For so many.
Because it's the women that invited these people in. It's the women that invited these people in, and if they crash out, they'll say something about it, right? They're getting called TERFs. And then you have to unfortunately say that women are more tolerant of this because they have they are more inclined to have suicidal empathy, which is completely trashing their feminism as a movement, or whatever is left of it, that is.
Many years, Wonder Woman was pushed as a feminist icon, and now she's being replaced, at least in this storyline that they say is an alternate dimension type situation, which DC does a million of, but they are replacing Diana and doing this route. Does that not offend you as a woman, or at least as a comic book reader? I don't really know. But anyways, they say that this role was played by Nicole Maines in the television version of Supergirl, and that was the first trans superhero played by a trans actress. And going further,
I can tell that's a dude. Oh no, Superman's son being gay. Ew.
Since 2021, DC Comics has published a Pride comic in June, Pride Month. It has been a brilliant way to showcase the inclusion and diversity that already exists in the comic book universe, while also opening pathways for readers who like to see their stories reflected in the works. You know, there's that meme where like people of all sorts of backgrounds, races, what have you, can enjoy a character like Goku. Not because they look like Goku or identify with the sexual preferences or the identity of Goku, but just because they enjoy his character and the related stories. I guess that all goes out the window when you're terminally online and an activist who needs validation at every single corner of media. Otherwise, you're going to implode under your own dissatisfaction with yourself. I mean, it's exhausting. Iconic LGBTQ plus characters include Midnighter and Apollo, who were a gay version of Batman and Robin from an alternate universe in Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. This is the most important parts of consuming.
The problem is that you shouldn't use Harlequin and Poison Ivy because, arguably that wasn't forced. This is forced. This is forced and therefore also badly written. Everything that's forced is badly written. It's always been that.
Media for these people. But of course, they are hinging upon the words of a Wonder Woman writer who stated it makes no logical sense for there not to be gay relationships in this setting, and the concept doesn't really exist to them, but then again, they're shoving it in your face 24/7, but I guess that wasn't enough representation. Now they're bringing in transgender Wonder Woman, and that is stunning and brave. That's all we can say, but of course, in 2022, Wonder Woman / Diane shared an inspiring message in the story Hell Hath No Fury that Wonder Woman fights for all women, including trans women. Fantastic. And then you scroll down and you see the author here responsible for this.
That is a dude. That is a dude. Men! This is a man. This is a man in a man's world. This is a dude.
And it's just... it all adds up, doesn't it, ladies and gentlemen? But yeah, are you guys going to be checking out the latest DC comic here featuring a transgender Wonder Woman? Please let me know. And again, I asked this the other day, if you're a woman watching this video, please go ahead and share your thoughts on this change. Because apparently women are a hive mind who think this is stunning and brave, and they really wanted this change. But anyways, that's going to do for this video. If you enjoyed, please consider giving the video a like. Also consider subscribing and turning on notifications.
That's the end of the video pretty much. All I can say is, arguably, that this is misogyny in its highest form. Moving on. Anyways, that's all I can say technically, right? And I think I'm going to continue that from now on. I will definitely call a man thinking he could be a woman exactly that. I think it's time to acknowledge that. I will, at least. Anyways, this is very interesting. Yeah, this is the reason why comics will be gone sooner or later, right? Give it 10 more years, and you're not gonna see a single comic out there because they don't sell. They will not sell. Arguably, he still has the male face, even in this fantasy and alternate world. Anyways, also, I don't think an Amazonian can be purple. Moving on. Great. Wonderful. Wonderful. Absolute cinema. And I need another break. Because watermelon. Maybe today was a bad day to eat watermelon. And I can feel it. I'll be right back. I have returned. Hello there. All right, next video that I do want to have a look at. Let me see. Right, while we're at it, let me remove this one. And then let's look at... what do we have still? So yeah, we had this one. So let's remove that. What else do I want to look at as well? Actually, we haven't done a visual venture video in a while. You know what? Let's do one. Let's actually do one. I haven't had one in a while. It's on the thumbnail, so might as well, you know. Let's have a look at it. Look see. It's been a fat fucking minute since I've done one. Like a really fat fucking minute. And usually I really enjoy these. So we're gonna have a look see at that. So here we go. Isn't that fun? YouTube's most disturbing fandoms by Visual Venture. Yeah, we're going in. I'm curious. I don't know. It's been a fat minute since we've had a reaction. Since I made a reaction to Visual Venture. So yeah, and this is one of the shorter ones. It's mostly just because he does like bigger ones, like hour-long ones, and like that's not really something I can do easy reactions out of. So yeah. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Yes, I'm going to pester you about it until we reach 5K, and then even further beyond. Thank you so much. We are going in. I am curious. I am very curious.
One fan unleashed a computer virus to thousands of people and gave...
Oh, we're starting with a fat one, don't we? A computer virus? Yeah. A fan, mind you. What the fuck did... which community was that? From which community did that happen? Jeez, I didn't know. I haven't heard of that one before.
Gave them one way out: to subscribe to his favorite YouTuber. Another female YouTuber got death threats for having a boyfriend. These aren't trolls. These are real fans who would do...
VTubers. Wasn't that VTuber on the thumbnail? VTubers. Anyways, get snuck upon. Hi, Gaming Parasaur. How you doing? Everything well? Hello. Yeah, it is very interesting. Yeah, but that's nothing new. That's nothing new, right? Or like people get mass harassed after or mass unsubscribed once they found out that they have a boyfriend or girlfriend. It's like hilarious, isn't it?
Anything for their favorite YouTubers, even if it means going to prison. So to clarify, this video is not about every fan in these YouTube communities, nor is it always the fault of the YouTuber. It's about specific parts of these fandoms that take things too far. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and make sure you guys subscribe, and I will do my very best for you on Visual Venture, and you are awesome. The fans who couldn't be controlled. Not everyone has heard of the H3 podcast, but if you end up on...
Interesting, the H3 podcast. The fact that it's on there is very interesting. Okay, let's see.
On their bad side, you'll discover what their fan base is capable of. Each week, the show covers the latest influencer fights and scandals, but they do more than report. They comment, judge, and sometimes flat out insult people. But the real problem is not what gets said on the show, it's what happens afterward.
The rest of the podcast is Ethan Klein pointing to people who he wants his audience to harass and doxing random people.
The moment the show calls someone out, the H3 fan base moves like a mob. They hunt that person down online and attack. And because there's always a new controversy, there's always a new target. The cycle never stops. But one day the fans did something so reckless it shocked even the producers. In November 2022, a streamer named Amaranth became a major topic online.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't like her. I don't know what happened. I'm obviously not condoning it in this case. I don't like her though. I have to say that I really don't like her. Right? She's absolutely damaged and ruined Twitch. She's one of the major reasons why this platform is so dog shit with all the corn and shit. And it's also really hilarious, right? She fakes her fights with her husband on stream, right? Where like she always wants to leave, but like she's still with him. It's like, you know, it's very interesting.
During a live stream, she revealed that her marriage was falling apart. She also accused her husband of treating her badly. The news circulated.
The problem is I wouldn't take this too seriously when she says it because she's still with him. It's like also hilarious, right? She said that she was forced to essentially expose herself on stream. But she continues with it. Again, this woman is lying. This woman is lying a lot. That's the problem. I wouldn't take anything serious that she says.
Online and reached the H3 podcast. The hosts sat down to discuss it and their audience was hooked.
That guy could be so like unappreciative and ungrateful of having her as his wife.
The audience was furious on Amaranth's behalf. More importantly, they wanted to know who Amaranth's toxic husband was. One of the H3 producers claimed she knew his identity.
He's a music producer and songwriter, yeah.
God, I hope that man's life is ruined for this.
I hope so too.
I hope she divorces his ass and he gets nothing.
The producer then said a name on air. Nick Lee.
Give me his name.
Nick Lee.
Yeah, I don't give a... I want this guy's life ruined. Are you kidding me?
They even thought about showing his social media handle on screen. At the last moment, they paused.
Nick Lee. That is not a unique name whatsoever. So I just want to be very sure that we're not sending a mob of people after the wrong Nick Lee.
But the viewers weren't waiting for confirmation. They found a music producer named Nick Lee on social media. Then they shared his profile.
Oh wow, they targeted the wrong one. Star Wars Clone Commander. Interesting. What's for today? Reaction stream, that's all. Really, that's all. Yeah, they got the wrong Nick Lee, didn't they?
In the live chat, the producers tried to stop them.
The people that are sharing that account, I'm actually timing you out. That is literally a dox account that you're sharing in our chat right now, so please stop spamming that.
But the warning came too late. The mob already locked onto a target. And once that happens, there's almost nothing anyone can do to stop it. Within minutes of his name being mentioned, Nick Lee's life was in danger. His Instagram and Twitter blew up with messages. Hundreds of strangers accused him of horrible things. Some threatened to end his career. Others sent messages that were far, far worse. There was just one problem. The Nick Lee being attacked was not Amaranth's husband. He was a random music producer who shared the same name. The H3 podcast producers soon realized what was happening.
As I predicted, our fans are harassing the wrong person. But and that's why I was saying, I know you were saying don't do it, but the idiots in our audience are always going to end up doing it.
Eventually, the producer who named him apologized.
It was definitely me. A Reddit thread led me to the wrong place, and I should not have said his profession when I didn't know for sure.
Once fans realized the error, the attack stopped. Some
Yeah, but it's like that the harassment has been done. That's why you should go out and say, like, yeah, I want this guy's life to be... Actually, arguably, you could say that, in a way, he did, in fact, advocate for it because he wants this life, my guy's life to be ruined, like he literally said it. And people took that very literally. And, well, that's how it looks then, right? You can't just say something and then act like you didn't want it, right? Or you can't say something but don't want it. It's that simple.
Even posted apologies to the innocent Nick Lee. The H3 podcast played a role in triggering that situation, and it was not an isolated case. The same thing happened with other people on other episodes.
He stated my real name no less than 17 times, and also showed it on the screen a few dozen more times.
Each time, the pattern repeats. A name is mentioned, the fans react like a mob, and the person's life on the other end is now in danger. Our next chapter is about a group of fans who found out where their favorite YouTuber lived and used it against them. The fans who couldn't accept reality. Being a VTuber sounds like a dream job.
Yeah, it's not, especially Western VTubers. Like, Western VTubers, it is a... How do you say that? It's a rather interesting experience. Let's just say that it's a rather interesting experience, right? Being a Western VTuber, because now it's just all corn. It's hilarious.
Until fans turn on you. VTubers or virtual YouTubers are real people who stream as cartoon avatars. Their real identities are kept secret.
I'm so excited! I'm so excited! Okay.
Saba. Like, it's adorable, but like, yeah, she isn't doing all too well, sadly. As far as we're aware, that is sadly not the case. Apparently chronic illness, as far as we know.
Okay, I'm
so excited. I feel so alive right now.
Most fans see it for what it is, just entertainment. But for others, the line between fantasy and reality disappears. They don't see a cartoon character on a screen. They start to believe the VTuber is a real person in their life. Some fans even convince themselves that the VTuber is their virtual girlfriend. That level of attachment can be dangerous. When something shatters that fantasy, those fans don't just get sad, they become furious. In the worst cases, they go after the real person behind the avatar. That's exactly what happened to Mano Aloe. Mano Aloe began streaming as a VTuber in August 2020. During her first stream, she gained 100,000 subscribers. Her career was off to an incredible start, but within days, it all came crashing down. Mano Aloe's fans discovered her real identity, and it was all because of a mistake she made months before her debut. Months earlier, Aloe tested her digital avatar on a personal account. She was supposed to delete the stream afterward, but she never did. Fans eventually found that old account. It was linked to all of
Luckily, I don't have any real stuff out there. Like, not a single post, nothing. I don't have any Instagram. I only have Twitter. I haven't posted anything online. It is hilarious. Above my face, it is very interesting. I know 2 male VTubers and you're one of them. There's a few others, but it's not really it's a female dominant space, 100%. If you are a dude, you start out with a initial male debuff.
her personal social media profiles. Just like that, the person behind the Mano Aloe avatar was exposed. In the VTuber world, the fantasy is everything. Breaking it is a big deal. Since they knew who she was, fans reviewed her social media history. They didn't like what they saw. Some posts were considered inappropriate. There were also posts suggesting she had a boyfriend. To some of her fans, that felt like a deeper betrayal, and they went after her. They found phone numbers from Mano Aloe and her suspected boyfriend. Then they called nonstop day and night. Aloe's agency finally got involved, but instead of defending her, they asked her to apologize. She did.
大変ご迷惑をおかけしてしまい、本当に申し訳ございません。この件に関しては、カバー株式会社の厳重注意があり。
In the same video, she asked fans to stop the harassment, doxing, and bullying.
特定があまりにも進んでしまって、現在家の固定電話に電話がかかってきたり。
She also revealed her agency was suspending her for 2 weeks. She probably hoped things would settle down. It didn't. Barely a week later, another video surfaced from Aloe's old account.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. So here's the thing, right? She was, wow. Wait, so she's a Hololive VTuber. I completely forgot that. But then again, I don't really watch the JP ones that much, so like, whatever. Happy Pride Month, ew. It is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. Moving on. Interesting. Here's the thing, right? The whole issue is this happened to Rusia as well, right? It's almost the exact same thing, right? Though, it's just interesting. I think also what was crazy, 2 VTubers fell in love and they essentially just like, right, their company just essentially terminated them. It is so interesting. But yeah, if you're a VTuber, you better hide your real identity, like it's like you're hiding drugs from the police kind of thing. That's just all I can say.
It showed her criticizing the VTuber industry.
そうだからダメだよ、ほんまに。ブラックすぎるというか、束縛が激しい事務所に行ったら、やばいよ、恋愛禁止だしね。
She also made offensive comments about other VTubers. The fans were furious. They felt she was being disloyal and ungrateful. Many demanded she be fired immediately. By that point, Mano Aloe had enough. 2 weeks of online attacks were too much for her. On August 31st, 2020, she quit VTubing for good. In a statement, she said she was not physically or mentally prepared to continue with her activities. Mano Aloe came into VTubing with a dream. Instead, she was pushed out by fans who had zero tolerance for mistakes. Our next chapter is about a group of fans whose loyalty to a creator eventually led to a real-world tragedy. The fans who hacked the world. This is a story about fans who broke.
I've never heard of this. This is new information to me. I've never heard of this. That is new to me. That is so new to me. Right? That is so new to me. Okay, that's a new one. I've never heard of this. I know that SS Sniper Wolf was on there, right?
the law to get subscribers for a YouTube channel, but this was no ordinary crime. They used cyber terrorism tactics. For years, PewDiePie had the most subscribers on YouTube, but in late 2018, a channel called T-Series started closing the gap.
Who is this T?
No way. This included PewDiePie? Oh, right.
Series channel. This channel will pass PewDiePie. I'm number one. I'm number one!
So we've covered the situation multiple times in the past, but this one is different. The rivalry is not the main focus here. What matters is how PewDiePie's fans reacted. His fans launched a campaign to keep PewDiePie at #1. Most fans made videos and posts asking others to subscribe, but some extreme fans felt that wasn't enough. Instead of asking, they wanted to force people to subscribe. In 2018, a hacker calling himself Hacker Giraffe logged onto a site called Shodan. Shodan is basically a search engine, but instead of finding websites, it finds vulnerable devices connected to the internet. That includes printers, cameras, and smart TVs with no password protection. Hacker Giraffe found about 800,000 unsecured printers worldwide. He selected 50,000 of them as targets. Then he hacked into all of them at once. After gaining access, he made every printer produce a poster. People around the world were stunned as their printers suddenly came to life.
What?
Part of the message read, PewDiePie is in trouble and he needs your help to defeat T-Series. Subscribe to PewDiePie. The internet reacted immediately. Thousands posted about it on social media. One tweet read, so this just randomly printed on one of our work printers. I think PewDiePie has hacked our systems. Others made videos reacting to it.
They hacked a series of printers to print out sheets telling people to subscribe to PewDiePie. Again, amazing.
Even PewDiePie found it amusing, but he was
it's not the worst thing. Is it that bad? Was it that? Is it that? I mean, yeah, sure. It's definitely a little bit of an overreach, but like, it could be worse.
Careful with his response.
That's what I need. That's what I'm talking about. Only support to keep me on top is so funny. Just don't do anything illegal.
But Hacker Giraffe wasn't finished. He and his allies hacked into 65,000 smart TVs around the world. Suddenly, the same message appeared on TV screens inside people's homes.
PewDiePie, the #1 most subscribed channel.
Yeah, that is a little bit. That now it's definitely an overreach. That is definitely an overreach. I'd argue that is definitely, most certainly an overreach. Yep, that is a little much. That is a little much.
On YouTube is about to be overthrown by Indian music company T-Series. Please go to YouTube and subscribe to him ASAP.
They also targeted the Wall Street Journal. To many PewDiePie fans, the Wall Street Journal was the enemy because they published stories criticizing PewDiePie in the past. They hacked the Wall Street Journal website and left this message. The Wall Street
Never mind, that's based.
Journal would like to apologize to PewDiePie. Due to misrepresentation by our journalists, those of whom have now been fired, we are sponsoring PewDiePie to reach maximum subscribers and beat T-Series to 80 million. The crime spree made headlines. The hackers were blamed for causing chaos, but Hacker Giraffe argued he was doing people a favor. He claimed he was exposing how weak their security really was, and the bad hackers could have stolen files, installed malware, and caused physical damage. He claimed it was a warning. Other hackers soon followed his footsteps. A few months later, a computer virus called PewCrypt appeared online. It was created by another PewDiePie fan. When PewCrypt infected a computer, it locked every file on the device. Photos, documents, and videos became completely inaccessible. Usually, ransomware hackers demand money. This one demanded something else. The ransom message
Oh, wow. I mean, okay. Indeed, still an overreach. Still very much an overreach. Not gonna lie, but that's kind of hilarious. That's kind of right. It's like, instead of like stealing files or anything, bro's like, hit the subscribe button and you'll be free again.
Said that if PewDiePie reached 100 million subscribers before T-Series, the files would be unlocked. If not, the files would be deleted forever. To save their files, everyone needed to subscribe to PewDiePie. Security experts confirmed the virus was real. At the time, there were no tools capable of cracking it. Infected users could only wait and hope. Eventually, programmers created a decryption tool for the virus, and the files were unlocked. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, the situation was about to get much worse. worse. In March 2019, a violent incident occurred at a public place in New Zealand. Before it happened, the culprit looked into a camera and said, "Subscribe to PewDiePie." Multiple lives were lost. Now, I want to clarify that he was most likely not a real fan, just a terrible individual. When PewDiePie heard it, he was horrified. He tweeted that he was absolutely
That is crazy. Okay, that's wild. I don't even have strawberries. I don't like them. I will do horrible things to every parasaur I come by in Ark. Moving on.
sickened by having his name linked to the incident. Days later, he asked his fans to end the campaign.
This was all made to be fun, but it's clearly not fun anymore. It's clearly gone too far.
What started as fans rallying behind a creator turned into hacking, ransomware, and a real-world tragedy. The person in our next chapter received death threats against their family and their animals, and the police couldn't stop it. The fans who defended everything.
The fans who defended everything. Who is that? Interesting.
Colleen Ballinger, also known as Miranda Sings, didn't just have subscribers. She had a cult-like following with millions of fans. Her channel had 10.
Wait. Isn't that? No, it's not. Isn't it? Hold up. Get this out. Get out. Cancel this man. Easily. Hold up. Hold up. Isn't that who I think it is? That's the ukulele chick, isn't it? Wait, that's the ukulele chick. That's her. That's her. Time to play the ukulele, chat.
7 million subscribers. Most of them were teenagers who idolized her.
Today I'm going to be trying lots of different Asian snacks. Someone sent me all these. I don't know where they're from.
Her fan base even had a name, the Murfandas. But in 2020...
Wait, they fucking simped for that? They were simping for that? They were simping for that? I know way hotter women that are worth simping for. Like, easily. What do you... They simped for that? That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. They are simping for this. That's what they're simping for? That's very sad. That's quite unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. That is so unfortunate.
Her family-friendly image was challenged. A teenage fan accused her of inappropriate behavior. His name was Adam McIntyre, and he posted a YouTube video explaining his experience. Adam showed the text messages and personal items Colleen sent him.
This was what I was sent. I don't even know, sorry, I don't know which way this goes. This is what I was sent, okay.
Many viewers believed him based on the evidence, but Colleen's fans did not. To them, Adam was not a victim. He was just someone trying to take down their favorite creator. So they decided to silence him. Adam was a
Anyways, poor Adam. He's cooked. Adam is cooked. Person who wants to kill parasaurs. Say what? I will do horrible things to every single parasaur. And with horrible things, that means I will breed them for mutations. And then, you know, kill like 2,000 babies. Moving on.
Well-known member of Colleen's fan base. He was active in group chats and fan spaces. He had real friends within the community. The moment he spoke out, he was dropped from those groups. Friends he trusted cut him off overnight. Then the attack started. Colleen's fans dug through everything Adam ever posted online. They wanted anything to discredit him. Some created long threads trying to debunk his claims. The pressure kept building. It got so bad that Adam disabled comments on his YouTube video. So Colleen's fans moved to Twitter. Every day, Adam received insults and threats. Adam fought back the only way he could. He posted follow-up videos, shared more screenshots, and explained his side.
People were saying that after she posted her video addressing everything that I was a liar because she came out and addressed
Free Britney? Wait, is he part of the crew that thought that like Britney Spears was whatever? Whoever's favorite creator is that lady, I pity. Yep. Very much. Since you say that for you it's Somax, right? Absolutely. Yes. She is very much.
everything, but she just didn't deny anything.
But speaking out made things worse. The more he explained, the more he was attacked. This was no longer about defending Colleen. It became about destroying Adam's life. By the end of 2020, it seemed like the fandom silenced him. But
wait, what? Hold up. Somex, is that you? Anyways, that's interesting. That's interesting. Anyways. I guess I met her 5 years ago. Thanks, Facebook. Corey behind the camera told me to bend down because Colleen had to put her arms around my neck as I was too big. And before the show, Corey quote tweeted me being excited, mocking me, and got the whole fandom to do the same. Interesting.
Fandom silenced him. But the situation was not over. It turned out Adam wasn't alone. More fans came forward accusing Colleen of behaving inappropriately with them. Because of Colleen's popularity, the story spread fast. Rolling Stone covered it. Other YouTubers made videos about it. It even made it to the news.
Colleen Ballinger, who's better known as her online persona Miranda Sings, is facing significant backlash. She's been accused of having inappropriate relationships with some of her underage fans.
Colleen's reputation began to collapse, but her most loyal fans refused to change their view, even as new accusers.
That is so interesting. Bye. Take care, Beastkeeper. Bye-bye. Here's the interesting thing, right? It's like crazy, right? That the fans were like on her side, and then she eventually had to pull out the ukulele because everything had changed and turned. It's so interesting, right? It really is. Then again, right? Sometimes we are a little bit delusional. Sometimes we are.
Users came forward, some still blamed Adam for everything, and they were set on destroying him for good. They posted tweets calling Adam an attention seeker. They accused him of working for years to finally get this moment to ruin Colleen for no good reason. Then things escalated. People started creating fake evidence against Adam. One post was made to look like Adam admitting he lied. Adam later found that fake post online.
I want to fess up and admit that I am guilty of everything that has happened. I want to make tis right with a...
Some wanted to hurt Adam in real life. They threatened to send SWAT teams to Adam's house.
We currently have a team getting ready to SWAT your house. Your address is...
Damn. Well, that's a bit stupid, isn't it? That is a bit of a stupid threat, because consider this. Can he not just, like, call the police and straight up tell them, right? Before they, do that? Right? So I kind of don't see the purpose of this. There is no logic here.
Located and threats will be sent. Go against Colleen and this is what will happen to you.
This harassment continued for 3 years. Eventually, Adam reached his limit. To protect himself, Adam filed a report with the police. Then he made a video warning the fans to back off.
All of this has stemmed because of the amount of doxing, swatting, death threats, threats to my family, threats to my animals.
The police report didn't stop the attacks, but while Adam was dealing with that, Colleen was dealing with her own hate. In June 2023, she made an apology video to try.
It is the ukulele. She pulled it out high.
Try and save her career. But instead of a straightforward statement, she pulled out a ukulele and sang.
I've been wanting to come online and talk to you about a few things. Even though my team has strongly advised me to not say what I want to say, I recently realized that they never said that I couldn't sing.
The video was widely criticized. It came off as sarcastic and defensive. Some called it one of the worst apologies on YouTube. And for the first time, her fan base could not control the narrative. Colleen's career collapsed. But many of the fans who targeted Adam still support her.
It was the worst. It is the worst, actually. It wasn't. It is. It is.
Today. The person in her next chapter was so afraid of a YouTuber's fans, they considered abandoning their home. The fandom that took revenge too far.
Is this as a Sniper Wolf? It should be, right? It should be.
SS Sniper Wolf has a fan base that treats her like she can do no wrong. She has over 35 million subscribers on YouTube. With that many fans, it's no surprise that some of them are aggressive. And that aggression has caused a lot of problems on the internet. One of SS Sniper Wolf's biggest rivals was a fellow creator, Aziland. The conflict started because their thumbnails looked similar. Both accused the other of copying their style. Most people might have let something like that go. These two didn't. In 2023, Aziland gave an interview and made the feud worse. She claimed SS Sniper Wolf stole her life. That statement triggered the fan base. They left hateful comments on Aziland's videos.
I almost died here. I had a continued constant lapse in my judgment. Would you still say hers is the worst? Yeah, hers is the worst still. Hers is definitely the worst. Right? Arguably, it is. Song's cheating and poker with another slime. She would never do that. She loves the slime too much. My slime. Anyways, moving on.
Made TikToks comparing the two creators, trying to prove Aziland was the copycat. The attacks kept coming day after day. Eventually, it escalated to threats.
It's like, you don't deserve to live because you've stolen from this person and ruined their life.
Aziland described the situation, saying it's become like hell. I can't avoid it even if I try. Eventually, she stopped posting altogether. Her last video was in September 2023. But Aziland wasn't the only person SS Sniper Wolf's fans attacked.
Yet no. There's more, and there's it, and not the word. She's not the word like the lost person yet, but there's gonna be more. There's gonna be more, right? So I think next he's gonna talk about Jack's films. At least that's what I'm thinking.
Another target had it much worse. A YouTuber named Jax Films had a different kind of problem with SS Sniper Wolf. He thought her reaction videos were lazy, low-effort content, so he made parody videos mocking her content. SS Sniper Wolf didn't like it, so she decided to respond. In October 2023, she posted an Instagram story. She was standing outside.
But her reactions were lazy, right? She's like, oh, ha ha ha, right? I tried to add as much as a human possibly can, even if the video ends up being 4 times the size, like 3 or 4 times the size at this point sometimes, okay? Right? Or like at least double. It is what it is. Happy good morning. Hi, Chris Claudia. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Thank you. God bless. Amen. God bless you too.
Jax Films' house filming it. She added the caption, "Let's talk like adults." Jax Films found out during a live stream.
She's literally right outside your house.
Oh my god!
This is happening right now. Call the police.
She deleted the post soon after, but screenshots were already spreading online, and it contained Jax Films' home address. And now everyone knew where Jax Films lives. The next day, he uploaded a video. SS Sniper Wolf came to our home last night. It's time for YouTube to step in. He was upset.
No one should feel unsafe in their own home. And thanks to Sniper Wolf, my wife and I now do.
How on... Okay, I have to say this. How on earth, mind you? How on earth? Do you ever... How on earth did she even find out where he lives? Right? How on earth did she even find out where he lives? Right? This isn't something you just find out. Right? And it was private information, so how on earth did she find out? I'm curious.
He and his wife considered moving just to feel safe again, but as they were about to find out, the worst was yet to come. Across social media, people were upset about Jax Films getting doxxed.
She has created a situation where someone from her very devoted audience could do something very stupid and very terrible.
Users called on YouTube to punish SS Sniper Wolf. Then something unusual happened. A wave of Twitter accounts appeared out of nowhere, and they had one job: aggressively defend SS Sniper Wolf. Anyone who criticized her got attacked. But this went way beyond arguments. These accounts began doxing people. Basically, if someone would criticize SS Sniper Wolf, soon after, their private information would appear online. The situation was becoming chaotic. Then YouTube stepped in. They temporarily demonetized SS Sniper Wolf's channel because YouTube's terms of service prohibit threats or doxing. It was a small victory for Jax Film. SS Sniper Wolf later apologized for filming outside Jack's house, but the apology didn't undo any of it. Aziland was already chased off the internet. Jack and his family were in danger in their own home, and random people...
Well, the damage was already done. You cannot take it away, Pogo. Do you see my video? Which one?
were doxxed just for speaking up. The fans believed they were protecting their creator. In reality, they were making life unbearable for other internet users. These fandoms didn't start out dangerous. They started out as people who just really loved someone.
But that's kind of normal. Like, we can look back, right? We had like similar issues with Leafies here, right? We had that, right? We had Rushia where the fans went crazy. We had some other VTubers where there's a lot of unicorns. For those of you who do not know what that term means, it's a dude who does not tolerate that their VTuber is interacting with other men. We also had like the thing, right, with Vox Akuma, who was dating multiple of his fans. There's a couple. There's a couple.
But somewhere along the way, love turned into obsession, and obsession turned into destruction. My friends, being a fan is fine. Becoming a weapon is not.
Now, and I mean, it often happens as like people are like, yeah, go there and harass these people, right? That does happen, right? That does happen. Chat, never do that. Never do that. I will eat you. I will eat you if you start harassing other people. Just saying it. Just saying it. I will consume you all if you do that.
Visual venture. Wait, before you go, make sure you guys watch part 1 of this toxic fandom series where
we have watched the first part already, so there's that. So this, oh, actually, this is a 2-parter. Then I actually made the right decision, the right call to watch this. Yeah, to keep it simple, this won't be the last time, right? That this will happen. If anything, you can probably very likely assume that there's going to be a third part in the future, because that's probably not the last things that happen, and it's probably not even all the things that have happened so far. So there's that. Poor Sniper Wolf. Ew. Why poor Sniper Wolf? It's our own fault. Why are you hating on women? Particularly this woman. Because she's horrible. Wasn't there another drama with her that I don't remember? There was another drama with her that I don't remember. But yeah. It's very interesting, these people. Yep, never get you can't consume me. I'm in the forest. Can the forest defend itself against napalm? Moving on. That was interesting. So Samex is your Princess Leia to your Han Solo. Yep. She's my she's my bun to my sausage. That's just horrible. I'm ending it. I'm ending it. I don't care. I'm ending it. I'm ending it all. I'm finishing it. I'm ending it. That was horrible. What do we watch now? That is the question. How about this one? How about this one?
I am both.
I'm working through all of these very slowly. What's napalm? Essentially something that's just like kind of burns forever, and no matter what you do, you cannot put it out. Because it reacts with air. It's also a war crime if you use it. It's a war crime if you use it, and I shall use it against a parasaur. Particular one, because he doesn't like strawberries. Which is horrible. How does one... It's the same with watermelon, right, Crocorock? Right, Crocorock? Isn't it the same with watermelon? That you don't like watermelon? Anyways. Gonna remove this from our playlist because we do no longer need it. And then we'll go in. Idiocracy Tried to Warn Us by Sydney Watson. I don't know what we're getting ourselves into again, as usual. So, welcome back to hell, I guess, as she usually says. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're shooting for 5K this year. Thank you. Thank you. We're going in.
I am both upset and alarmed by the reality that we live in.
Are you really? I mean, it is indeed, I'd argue it is indeed alarming. However, does that really matter? Does that really matter? I mean, yes, we should all be alarmed because it has been getting out of hand. Whatever has been, stupidity has been getting out of hand, right? Arguably, right? Since we're talking about stupidity and idiots, probably. Numbers have actually, IQ has dropped with the recent generation. I don't know how that works, but it has happened. Also, I'm in the city. I'm a picky eater. Parasaur steak sounds fantastic, don't you think? Also, you can still use that in the city. The city would still burn. Okay, it depends on what city we're talking about, but still.
Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. So, in one of my last videos, I discussed the plummeting literacy rates across the United States. Not just for kids, but for adults as well. Gen Z.
Well, yeah, because these kids will eventually start being adults. It makes sense, and it's almost impossible to fix afterwards. This is also a problem here in Germany, right? And Europe as a whole, right? Literally, literacy rates have dropped here. They've tried to remove, right? They've tried to remove tablets, right, from Swedish classrooms again, because they've realized that they might be able to read texts, but they can no longer, or they now lack the ability to understand them. I think it was Sweden. It could be somewhere else, but still. Don't eat me. I'm the last of the dinosaurs. Such. It is truly sad. Anyways, do you want to be medium rare or well done?
He can't read.
Read the index card.
The dog's unwearing loyalty.
What did you say? Unwearing?
Simplified and unreciprocated emotion.
Unreciprocated. Unreciprocated. What do you mean?
No dependency.
Okay. Yeah. What's that mean?
It means I don't know.
Nothing feels quite.
I'm going to crash out. All looks, no brain. The definition of a literal bimbo. Now that is what I'm talking about here. That's what I'm talking about. All body, no brain.
As blackpilling as learning that 70% of grade 4 students aren't proficient with words. Just send the asteroid. At this point, this experiment has failed. But if we are being honest, these signs of society's collective decline, not just cognitively, but in other ways as well, were there long before we learned that Gen Z is functionally illiterate. I mean, come on, there's still people like this walking among us.
There are as many genders as stars in the sky.
And they just keep.
You mean as many mental illnesses as there are stars in the sky? Anyways, moving on.
Keep expanding that acronym.
MMIWG2SLGBTQQIA+.
During my video about reading rates, I referenced the 2006 Idiocracy film several times, making jokes about how it was actually kind of prophetic. Other people have also made the same point over the years. I'm not claiming this is my own idea, but today I think that statement is truer than ever. Because regrettably, we are living in a time where young people would rather become a YouTuber than do anything meaningful with their lives.
Understandable though. It is see, it is understandable though. Like, look at the state of the world, right? Look at the state of the world. Where I become whether I become a broke YouTuber or a broke electrician, though electricians do still get paid more than average usually, because they're more needed, especially now, right? Or if I become a useless factory worker, doesn't make any difference, right? See, young people want to become random things now, like YouTubers, TikTokers, whatever, right? Social media sensations. because real life is incredibly, like, the stuff that they could normally work is incredibly ass and boring and useless, and it doesn't pay well enough anyways. See, the other stuff isn't attractive. That's the harsh reality. The other stuff isn't attractive. You're not getting paid enough. They are not owning homes. And they will not own homes. That much is clear.
This is not a joke. This is a statistic.
Also, arguably, you're more likely to become a YouTuber than an astronaut. Anyways.
Backed up fact. It's looking a little grim here, baby birds. If you haven't seen Idiocracy, I do recommend giving it a watch, not only for context, but also because it's just a fun movie. And we know we aren't allowed those anymore. For the uninitiated, Idiocracy is a satirical sci-fi film that is originally set in the year 2005. The protagonist, Joe, an American soldier of aggressively average intelligence, is cryo-frozen during a military experiment alongside a woman of the night called Rita. When the experiment's leading man is arrested for his involvement in a schmosh-to-schmooschen ring, the project is disbanded, leaving Joe and Rita forgotten for the next 500 years. So when Joe and Rita wake up in the year 2505, they discover a completely different and exceptionally dumb world that is borderline collapsing in on itself. Instead of flying cars, there are enormous mountains of rubbish everywhere. Corporate greed has reached exponential levels, with advertising everywhere and anywhere, including on clothes, in hospitals, even in the White House.
Welcome to Costco. I love you.
The English language has completely...
I've never seen this movie, so I wouldn't know, but that's good. That's a good one. I've never seen this one, but that's fun. That's fun. Never seen this one. Okay.
Completely deteriorated, much like we see today with people overusing the word like.
I don't know what dress to get. My other dress didn't get here. Should I wear the sparkly dress, or should I get
Water has been replaced with a sports drink of sorts called Brondo. There are slot machines in the hospital to win medical care. Everything is sexualized into oblivion, including stores basically...
Oh, maybe it is. Maybe it is a prophecy. You know, maybe it is. Actually, maybe it is. Correction. Maybe it actually is a prophecy, because that's very accurate to the way we live sooner or later.
Doing schmosh-to-schmooschen, like Starbucks and H&R Block.
Could really go for a Starbucks, you know?
Yeah, well, I really don't think we have time for a hand job, Joe.
Intelligence tests are toddler puzzles, and the only forms of entertainment are ultra-violent, hypersexualized, and highly commercialized, with television channels called the Violence Channel and the Masturbation Network. Terrific. And all of this happened because the well-educated people had fewer and fewer children because they were being considerate of the environment or their particular circumstances, while the undereducated and maybe even potentially not super smart at all people rapidly procreated because they don't care.
My first wife was targeted. She's a pilot now.
In short, the collective IQ...
What did he just say? My first wife was targeted? She's the pilot now. Goodbye, Poke. Goodbye, Croc. It was nice knowing you. You will now crash with a plane.
Of everybody has been lower due to a lack of natural selection, or due to natural selection. I guess it depends on what your perspective is on that one, leaving Joe and Rita to be the most intelligent people alive. And it's not really hard to see why. Their 2505 counterparts are putting Brondo on the crops and wondering why they can't grow any food.
But Brondo's got what plants crave.
It's got electrolytes.
Through a series of silliness and...
It's got electrolytes. That's what plants want. Bro, there... Wait, is that the White House?
Mishaps, Joe is found to be the smartest person alive and is eventually sent to meet the president, where he then is made a member of the president's cabinet and is charged with fixing the non-existent economy, the mountains of rubbish, and resolving the famine that is plaguing the country, one that is caused by feeding the plants Brondo. Unfortunately, Joe trying to explain to these people that you have to give water to plants to make them grow kind of feels a little bit like trying to explain to a progressive that men can't be women.
It's a spectrum, so like a lot.
Can you name me a few?
You can be man, female, you could be, there's so many.
This is sort of like how I keep...
She could name two. She could name two. She wasn't able to name more than two. And she named two and was like, oh, there's so many. Name them. Since there's so many, name them. Right. But the people are retarded.
Having to tell all of you that you need a VPN in the year of our Lord 2026, and you can have one thanks to the sponsor of today's video, Surfshark. Alright,
soon it's gonna be H verification shark. To be fair, Demolition Man 90s movie called Leftism Censorship Man Frozen until 2032.
lads, let's get started. Would anyone like to share? She got a VPN last month. I could still see some of her Google searches at least. Mine got one too. At least I can still see what country she's pretending to be in. Mine got Surfshark. Oh, I know. It's like she put the whole internet into witness protection. No logs, no leaks, no nothing. I just stare at my screen and it's just darkness. Pure, encrypted darkness. How long has it been, mate, since she got Surfshark? 3 months. 4 days and 11 hours since I've been able to glimpse her Google searches. I used to know what she was doing when she was stress baking at 1 AM because of her recipe queries. Her brownie recipe queries. Now it's just a digital black hole, like my soul. Well, at least you've got the memories. I had everything, damn it. I knew all her private information, her email addresses, I even had some of her passwords. Now she gets ad-free browsing. I heard they even...
It's ironic considering that if you genuinely believe that the FBI could not look up your shit through because you have a VPN, you must be incredibly delusional. If you believe that like state institutions cannot do that, I think I have to start pulling that tooth real quick. That is still happening. The top was Reddit socialism. Reddit! We love Reddit and we want the child from you.
Get alerts when they're involved in a data breach. Probably not the best time to bring that up. She could use Surfshark on as many devices as she wants from the one subscription. She can even access geo-blocked content that's not available in this country. She can use it to get onto Netflix in different countries and access their content. Well, she's gotta use public Wi-Fi at some stage. That's probably a chance to find her again. No, you don't understand. She even has protections for that. She's a digital ghost. There, buddy. Genuinely, it's gotta be alright. Maybe we'll try therapy tomorrow with the Google Analytics guys. So if you are ready to break up with your...
That was a very long skit. I was already asking if this is continuing, Poke. I found the video. I found the Croc Rock. I'm gonna replace you with that. Okay, and? What about that video?
FBI man and cut off his stalking habits, then click the link in the description or go to surfshark.com/Sydney. And don't forget to use code Sydney to get 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. Anyway, looking at this movie from a 2006 perspective, I'm sure that it was quite funny and not at all depressing. At the time, technology hadn't exploded in the same way that it has now. You know, we still had dial-up, I think, maybe. We didn't have AI, there wasn't all of these social media platforms and the endless doom scrolling and TikTok and whatnot. People still prioritized intelligence and corporations hadn't fully taken everything over yet. And I'm also pretty sure that most people could still read. But a lot has changed in 20 years, and maybe our world is reflecting idiocracy more and more as time wears on. I don't know why I'm saying maybe. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. And the thing is, if we don't learn from this and course correct now, we're in for a bad time.
You know why being overweight is one of the smartest things you could do?
Dead. This is death. This screams death. This woman is dead. If she's not already, she will be in 5 years. That isn't smart. That isn't smart.
Just imagine a zombie apocalypse and there's no food left. Overweight people keep all the food in their belly. Therefore, they would live longer than people who aren't overweight.
Okay, it's possible we're already there.
That's not how it works, right? The food wouldn't stay in. She's not storing food in her fat in her fat body. Yes, she would survive a little longer, likely, without food, right? She would struggle less. But that's about it. That's about it.
One of the things that's very obvious about this movie, and I'm not sure if it was intentional or not, is that it is a reflection of what happens when people lean into their worst possible impulses all of the time. The idiots in this film aren't only unintelligent half-wits, they are driven to constantly seek any form of stimulation that they can, to the extent that sessions being held at the White House are treated like a Thunderdome event, and when Joe fails to immediately fix the dying crop issue, they condemn him to death via monster truck rally, because this population is so mentally fried that even a death sentence has to be nth degree entertaining. And not only that, but they're so impatient for a result, in the case of the crops, they can't function without immediate gratification. Now, children, who does that sound like to all of you? It's us. It sounds like us. Well, not us, as in this community on this channel.
Well, we're not doing, last time we checked, we're not sentencing people to death. At least last time I've checked. We are canceling them. Right, but we're not sentencing them to death yet. Anyways.
We're obviously perfect and infallible, but everybody else. Of course, this is just one example from a movie that is full of oddly specific, kind of prophetic examples. But there are more, like cars turning off when citizens do something wrong. We know that in 2027 onwards, cars will have kill switches in them. Love that. Brondo Corp, the electrolyte drink, bought the FDA and other government agencies and now dictate what is health and what is not. In 2026, we know how much lobbying major corporations do, and so in a way, they sort of might as well own areas of government. Especially all those pesticide companies who keep trying to people who are trying to unseat them. Government leaders in this movie are obviously so deeply unintelligent, but they're also bought and paid for figures. Again, in real life, we have a member of the Supreme Court right now who couldn't even define the word woman.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition? No.
Yeah.
I can't.
You can't?
Not in this.
Adult human female. There you have your definition. Adult human female. There it is. That's the definition. There it is. That is it. Adult human female. I know. Sounds difficult. Sounds indeed difficult. Spoiler alert. It isn't. Adult human female.
Context, so I'm not a biologist.
And who could forget Kamala's word salads, or Biden just wandering around confused for the majority of his presidency?
I just love them for so many reasons. Maybe because I went to school on a school bus.
And you ain't black.
It obviously doesn't help when we have politicians like AOC trying to seem more relatable by using unnecessary slang that makes absolutely no sense, like her recent declaration to pull up to the South, or whatever.
What action can I take? It is time for the North to pull up to the South.
No one knows what it means, but it's provocative.
The interesting
The North pull up to the South? What does that mean, by the way? Is she stating she wants war?
thing about Idiocracy is it opens with the idea that evolution doesn't necessarily reward the most intelligent, but those who can reproduce the most, making intelligent people an endangered species. And hearing this on my latest watch through, I couldn't help but think of movements like 4B, for example, that has women subscribing to 4 tenets that basically all revolve around not having babies. Or
you know what the funny thing is, however? They tried to co-opt this in the West, right? They tried to do this in the West. But here's something incredibly hilarious. It doesn't work that way because, fun fact, 4B is really small in Korea, actually, South Korea, actually. It is so shrinking small, it doesn't matter. The reason why people in Korea are not having children is because they don't have the munya. And no munya, no babies.
The idea that Western countries need to import a third world labor force to accommodate our declining birth rates.
Doesn't fix though, which is interesting, right? Doesn't fix it because the countries that we actually import our workers from now, how do you say this? They are having low birth rates themselves. So eventually you're gonna run out of immigrants too.
Interestingly, most of this labor is actually unskilled and not that smart. Idiocracy successfully highlighted what wide-scale collective incompetence gets us, and in a lot of ways, it's just as alarming and dystopian as massive government overreach. But more than that, Idiocracy makes me wonder about the way we consume content these days, because it shows us people strapped to their chairs watching TV non-stop to the extent that they have toilets in their chairs. Our current content setups let us scroll from one short video to the next, shortening our attention spans and killing our dopamine receptors. We consume so much low-quality short-form content and nobody seems to think this is a problem. I mean, realistically, this is to the extent where people tell other people to go touch grass because so many people today are so engrossed in social media and the online world that they simply don't do that anymore. Or social media platforms have to actually remind people and tell people to stop scrolling, to get up and drink and go outside and get some air. No, Simon, that is not a joke. We've talked on this channel before about the dangers of social media and TikTok and short form content. We've also
Nah, I think that's more so, yeah, I guess it is more, yeah, touch grass is mostly used for people that are chronically online. Almost the people who have, also people, however, who have ridiculous takes.
Also talked about the lessening interest in pursuits like reading and proficiency with words, which I'm not going to reiterate because I literally just talked about this the other day. And this over-reliance on content.
For reading to become more popular, we actually have to have good writers. A lot of the books that are being released, and that's just the harsh truth, is corn slop. It's dark romance, slop. And that's it. Can anybody name me like a good book in recent time that everyone talked about, that people talked about, that wasn't dark romance slop, that wasn't right, that wasn't essentially woman slop, if you want to call it that? You can't. You can't. That's the harsh truth. All of the media, especially, right? If you want to get men to read books, especially, right? You're not going to achieve that with whatever that is. That's just the harsh reality.
And entertainment and not engaging with literature and books and actually interacting with people is leading to some incredibly negative outcomes, and it's
in order for people to interact with others, there need to be third spaces, but in this economy, you cannot keep up third spaces. A lot of those died during 2020. So yeah, if you want to have people literally go outside, they need to have a place to go outside. And it gets even worse, right? So we banned in many countries social media for children, right? For underage, right? But here's the fun part. These people are also not meeting, they're still not meeting up with others. Now they're just sitting on Netflix and watching shows all day. They still stay inside. So this hasn't really fixed it either, right? The minors might not be on the internet, but they're not going outside and touching grass either. So there's that. Right? That didn't fix it either. If anything, now we've isolated them even more, which is hilarious, right? Because, like, you want, right? They use that, right, as an excuse to say, yeah, children should go outside more, meet up with people, but they don't have a place to meet up with because there are no third spaces.
Even given us the infamous Gen Z
and even if there are third spaces, they're not affordable.
Stare, which I've brought up before as well. Can you guys blink, maybe? I recently stumbled upon this clip of a university student who couldn't spell the word business, didn't know the sum of 45 and 55, and seemed to have the cognitive capabilities of a sim.
What do you study? I do business. Business? Yeah. Spell business. B-I-S-S-I-N-S. Business.
Obviously, this is just one person in one clip, but it's not hard to find so many others that are just like this. People being...
Are these people... why do we even build schools anymore? Why do we even build schools anymore? Like, why do we build schools? Genuine question. Why on earth do we build schools? There's no point for them, actually. There's no point in having schools. Right? There's no point. You cannot tell me these people are actually going to university. What are you doing?
Ask simple questions to do simple arithmetic, and I'm terrible at maths.
Right? Like, wait, I can do simple math stuff either. I'm retarded when it comes to math. I can't do everything else, right? I've never had any issues, for example, with physics, but math is just cooked. So yeah, I'm not gonna say anything here. But how am I as a non-native speaker? How am I able to speak better English than some people that aren't that do speak it natively, right? As like where it's their mother tongue. I find that so interesting.
By the way, and even I can do some of these equations off the top of my head. People are just incapable of doing anything that requires any level of intellectual thinking. And I know I keep saying this, but I come back to the fact that a lot of this is being spurred forward by the content and entertainment that we are consuming. We're at the point where even the entertainment that's on television and in the box office and the movies and films and whatever that we watch are being dumbed down to accommodate people being functionally unable to concentrate. We've talked before on this channel about Matt Damon and Ben Affleck talking about the dumbing down of movies to keep people interested, because these two men inherently know that viewers are going to be on their phones while watching a film, meaning most of the dialogue must repeat over and over what is happening for those who simply can't be bothered to pay attention. And as a result, the entire film industry, it seems, has shifted from creative, complex narratives to copy-paste formulas because people just are not going to pay attention.
Superhero movies are a result of that. Yep, I'm gonna say it. Modern superhero movies are a result of that. Arguably, after, if you want to say it, after Endgame, it got really bad. But I would say even before that, it got kind of bad. But yep, superhero movies are a result of that.
They want something that's familiar and easy to digest. Hence why we have 5 Shreks and Toy Stories and a million other zombie.
Well, I don't mind Shrek. I don't think that the 5th Shrek was necessary, and it also looks horrible. Oh yeah, by the way, we're getting Ice Age 6. Yes, you heard that right. So, they killed the studio that made Ice Age, so they could revive Ice Age, because probably they realized they're not making money.
Like franchises. Writing all over the place is being dumbed down because audiences are more distracted than ever. And then we have stuff like this, which is apparently called music, and you know, I think this just proves that we've lost the culture war with ourselves and everyone who's lived before us, because what the fuck? I wish I could play the song for you, but I'm hoping from the visuals and what this person looks like that you're getting a good indication of what it sounds like.
Is she talking about like taking D? Is that what it is? Is she talking about taking the big C, vitamin D, and that's all she cares about? Maybe some drugs, maybe some money, and that's all, right? I don't like rap. I'm gonna say it the way it is, right? I've always said it, but for the most part, I do not like rap, especially modern rap, right? Because in my opinion, it lacks oftentimes meaning. Right, or it's just about the same thing. It's about the hoes and money. I didn't like it.
Because it's not good. But, you know, at least instead of media being slapstick comedy and basically anything of the lowest tier, like in Idiocracy, we get to have reboot apocalypses and making everything gay.
President, have you made a decision?
I have. It's time to nuke Russia.
Obama gay? Barack Gay Obama? I like some rap. For most part, I don't. Same, don't like it. We probably also don't like it because German rap is such shit. Do you want to listen to fucking Icky Mel? Anyways, Gay Obama is real. Oh, these are babas. These babas? How? This doesn't make sense.
These babas are non-binaries. They love each other. grandmother so proudly.
But what Idiocracy shows us is not too far away from where we are right now. In the film, the most popular show is called Ow My Balls, and the newest Oscar-winning movie is a single 90-minute shot of a naked butt. Again, in 2006, this probably seemed really funny and really goofy, but look at what is being produced today. I know I randomly spawn sometimes into these videos with glasses, but I was trying to read something and now they're on my face and they're gonna leave those little marks on my nose, so maybe I'll just leave them on. I don't know, maybe there's too much glare. We know content has to be more and more extreme to get eyeballs, including the uptick in online mattress actressing, which has given us extreme—
Yep. Hilltop Hoods, Eminem before 2008, Beastie Boys. Yeah, you're talking about all older stuff, right? I'm talking about like modern stuff, right? None of that sounds good. Metal can still do pretty well, but most stuff nowadays is kind of cooked. And even metal is to a degree cooked.
Challenges like sleeping with hundreds of men in 24 hours. The Mr. Beasts of the world are blasting you with so much color and fast-moving visuals as humanly possible. We have influencers bashing their faces with hammers to look better and get better-looking jaws, and streamers showing you their weird BDSM situations. I still don't know what's going on here. TikTokers are out in public harassing total strangers or service people in restaurants and shops. And if that isn't bad enough, one key characteristic of people in Idiocracy is a lack of awareness, a lack of impulse control, and a tendency towards violence. They often act like giant toddlers, throwing fits when they don't get their way, which is something we see all over social media, from college campuses to random street fights that go viral. I'm not gonna lie, guys, when we have people throwing hands at a kindergarten graduation, I think—
Kindergarten graduation, bro, leaves one injured and one behind They're beating each other's ass at kindergarten graduations? What on earth is happening here? Got to go, bye guys, and Gooner Slime, take care, GT. Also, don't call me a Gooner, you are the Gooner. You are the Gooner in the chat. Okay, maybe Shocking Unk beats you still.
We may have reached a new level of idiocy. But the last thing that I want to mention here that I've already touched on a little bit is the commentary on corporations and advertising. In this movie, advertising is out of control, and 75% of the population works for a single mega company, Brondo. As so many other people have pointed out, the advertising thing was especially prophetic because by today's standards, advertising is everywhere, and we live in a very advertising-friendly world, and there is just no escaping it. It's funny that I say this because I know that
it's funny that you say this considering that you had a Surfshark ad. Ironic.
bunch of people feel like that about YouTube, and I totally get it. I also feel like this personally with relation to Amazon. You can buy products while you're watching Amazon Prime shows and movies from the television or on your laptop or wherever you're watching it. It's just that, I don't know, that feels like really dystopian to me. In Idiocracy.
Yeah, it's also, see, you pay a subscription so you can watch shows with ads, mind you. Right? You pay a subscription so you can watch shows with ads that weren't initially there when when all of this initially started. We just took it like good little boys. It's horrible.
We see advertising like this billboard, for example, that says, if you don't smoke tarlatans, F you, which in a way feels sort of emblematic of advertising these days, where you're made to feel bad if you don't buy a certain product, except that now they're just using activism to sell everything. Thankfully, we've just come out of the period of time where 900 they-thems were trying to sell you jumpers. But what other people have pointed out, and what I'd like to point out as well, is how, in an extremely ironic twist, Idiocracy's scathing attack on mega corporations was so on the money that Fox decided it was better for them to throw away the $2.5 million they spent making the movie than actually let people see it. Idiocracy makes fun of outfits like Starbucks and Carl's Jr. These brands probably signed on to the project thinking that they'd be venerated like normal, but they weren't. Idiocracy even took aim at Fox News, making fun of it and having its reporters do news partially naked. 20th Century Fox probably realize they are going to get their heads kicked in by advertisers and made the decision instead to bury this movie, releasing it in as few cinemas as legally possible and doing zero advertising for it. It is remarkable that this film even saw the light of day at all. Since 2006, the power and the influence of megacorporations and advertising has only gotten stronger, and probably going forward, that's just going to continue. Now we have megacorporations that have more control than ever before, especially after the pandemic, and you have all of these people that they employ, all of these people who are dependent on these corporations, who defend them, who will vote against their...
It's interesting because, right, under capitalism, arguably, technically, monopolies shouldn't exist, but somehow we have monopolies, which is why I'm saying that we don't really have have capitalism. We have something else. I forgot the term what it was, but it's basically bank controlled and not market controlled. So, well, that's where we are now.
Own interests in favor of corporations, and it just, it kind of boggles my mind. I could make an entire video talking about just this, but I think for today I have talked enough. Not to be a negative Nancy, but I think in a lot of ways we are absolutely regressing in the same way that Idiocracy said that we would. In intelligence, behavior, the kind of people we vote for, the kind of music we listen to, the kind of content that we consume, all of this year on year is in a lot of ways getting worse and worse. And there's this feeling that we have to settle because we know that things are not going to get better. It's as if we all have to settle for mediocrity and sameness because nobody is allowed to be better than anybody else, and that's just such a losing.
It starts already with kids media, right? It always starts with kids media. I'm gonna say something that will probably annoy a couple of people, but children deserve good stories. I know, shocker, but the excuse that, oh, this is for children is not a good excuse. Children deserve great stories. Children deserve quality. I found this hilarious when people said, like, oh, the Minecraft movie, and I'm like, right? And I straight up said, yeah, this looks like slop, right? And people were like, oh, but it's made for kids. The kids will enjoy. Kids deserve good stories. I know, kids deserve good stories. Shocker. This should be a fork found in kitchen moment, but apparently not.
Strategy. And now that we have AI, we have technology thinking for people, which I think is just pushing us more and more towards the cliff of stupidity. You don't really have to remember anything at all or try hard when you can just ask a search engine or go onto the AI and make it talk to you. You don't really need to study for hours or go to school or go to university when you have these massive thinking machines at your disposal doing everything for you. In the end, similarly to Idiocracy, I think many of the conveniences of modern tech are lulling us into a false sense of security and, more importantly, a sense of complacency. We spend our time depleting our brains rather than enriching them, and although Idiocracy is supposed to be funny and a satirical bit on what could happen if we let intelligence die out, I think that the way that we're heading is not great as far as upkeeping and upholding smartness and making sure that people value being intelligent and having skills that are actually usable in the real world. So with that said, while we can have a laugh at Idiocracy, I think that it serves more as a warning signal rather than a comedy. Now, on that very happy and pleasant note, and before I open the floor to all of you, this is just a reminder to check out Surfshark using the link in the description. I have used Surfshark for years. They're the only VPN.
Yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video, I'll be real. So, to summarize this whole thingy, this whole... Yeah, that's where we could definitely head. That's where we could definitely head, right? We just don't have literacy numbers dropping, right? Rates dropping, right? We have... everything is dropping. Everything. You can see, for example, that high school, right, at least in Germany, it has gotten significantly easier so that most people that are going to high school actually also graduate, right? It's very interesting. We have more and more people actually going to university and college, right? usually you would think that's a good thing, right? People are getting more intelligent, but that's not really, or like they're working harder, they're getting better grades, they're getting better in general, right? But from what it looks like, actually, the requirements and how hard it actually is has dropped. Yeah, it is. It is very interesting, right? The thing is, like, right, we're encouraging this now in schools, right? Where like we use AI, we use tablets, we use. Maybe this is a hot take, but I feel like schools should stay a phone-free area. I'm gonna be real. I know this is not gonna be able to. You're not gonna be able to force that, and maybe even a tablet-free area. But that's just me. Also, we have a problem. It starts with the parents. It starts with the parents, and right. So Gen Alpha will be the generation that will fully grow up with media. Gen Alpha will also be a generation that has parents that will be parents with media, with all types of technology, right? That grow up on social media. And then that generation, right? The kids that these have, right? Those will be the ones who have never likely soon never even known something before that, right? Some alpha kids still might know, like, experience in some ways some stuff differently. Their kids won't. So that's going to be very interesting. But yeah, it seems like it might be accurate to what is going to certainly happen in the future. Interesting. Very, 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 very nice. Very, very nice. Croc Rock has died. He is dead. He has been killed. The dead Croc Rock. All right. Let me look at something. So we can jump into this, right? That video, just 5 minutes, so nothing deep.
This is the room.
Nothing all that deep. I just hope I don't get copyright for this. That'd be unfortunate if that happens. But like Gen Y, the gen after us is probably the last gen with. You mean Gen Gamma? Yeah, with cable TV, right? No, they stare at the iPad screen. Wait, I feel like Gen Y. That doesn't make sense. Why is Gen Y after us? Generation Y would be before us. That doesn't make sense. Hold up. You mean the the generation before us? Honestly, I also still had cable TV. We still had cable TV for quite some time. Right? We still had cable TV for quite some time. Anyways. The best worst movie. Yeah, let's look at this. Why people keep watching the worst movie ever made by Vox. We're gonna look at this. I have no idea what to expect. I've never watched this movie, so I wouldn't know. But I'm curious because I've heard some things about it. So yeah, let's go in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Honestly, I got no idea. We'll see. We'll see. If this is the worst, best movie.
This is The Room. Arguably the worst film ever made.
You're lying. I never hit you. You are tearing me apart, Lisa.
The funny thing is, though, is it really? Is it really? Because there's arguably worse movies when it comes to probably what they deliver, what they bring to the table, right? Because when people still watch it, is it really a bad movie? Arguably, a really terrible movie would be a movie that nobody's watching anymore because of how terrible it is, right? Anyways, being Gen X is crazy. Really, is it? Also, hi Toasty, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Also, if we're talking about what's crazy is if you are part of the baby boomer, if you are a boomer, and because you're responsible for how cooked we are.
Thousands of people have willingly paid money to watch this, often many times, which begs the question, why? This is Tom Bissell. He literally co-wrote the book on this movie.
The Room is about a perfect American
Interesting, super quotable. Yeah, I can imagine.
named Johnny, who does an amazing job at his bank and is constantly saving the money.
Did you tell them how much you save them?
Of course, what do you think? They already put my ideas into practice.
And he lives with his future wife.
It's after all, she's my future wife.
Lisa's your future wife.
And he thinks he has a great life with them together, but she's secretly sleeping with his best friend, Mark.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I've seen The Room more.
Yeah, some of these I know, obviously. Some of these I know, like, oh, hi, Mark.
More than 100 times and less than 150 times. It is like a movie made by an alien who has never seen a movie, but has had movies thoroughly explained to him.
A lot of the dialogue.
That's how he explains it? That is how he explains it? That's hilarious.
Makes no sense.
You could kill me if you tried. You betrayed me. You're not good. You're just a chicken. Chip, 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 chip.
Characters
This is how Croc acts.
say and do things that never really line up with how actual humans behave.
How much is it?
It'll be $18.
Here you go. Keep the change. Hi, doggy.
You're my favorite customer.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
And there's a table full of framed photographs of spoons for some reason.
There's not often that a work of film has every creative decision that's made in it on a moment-by-moment basis seemingly be the wrong one.
It's a famously incoherent piece of American cinema that's established a rabid cult following, a celebrity fan base.
I've had Tommy Wiseau up here.
Tell me everything.
I remember I saw it with Jonah Hill actually randomly, and like.
Ew! Seth Rogen! Soy boy! The soy... Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the soyest of them all? Seth Rogen.
We became obsessed with them.
And there are still sold-out monthly midnight screenings in countries across the globe.
There's no way, actually. Wait, The Room. You really can't believe how terrible The Room is. The Room is so unfeasibly bad, it has become a cult hit. Trust me, this is the worst movie you will ever see, ever in your entire life, ever. I don't think it's possible to make a film so bad. 1 star, and half a star, 1.5 stars.
Even 14 years after its release. Why is a movie that's so incoherent and so critically panned still so popular? The Room falls into a category that some call para-cinema, which comprises all forms of cinema outside of the mainstream, including art film, horror, Elvis flicks, government hygiene films, pornography, and beach party musicals. So
it falls in the same category as Korn. It might as well be.
So basically all of the good stuff. The Room is more specifically referred to as a trash film, a genre of films that are low budget, amateurishly produced, and don't fit into the standards of mainstream filmmaking. It may seem like only people with bad taste would like movies that are literally categorized as trash, but studies show that a taste for trash cinema might actually indicate higher levels of intelligence.
So because you watch garbage, he was arguably smarter. Okay, bro.
Researchers at the Max Planck Institute for Empirical Aesthetics asked people who regularly watch trash films about what attracts them to the genre. They found that one of the main factors that draws people to trash cinema is its transgressive nature and its subversion of the standards of mainstream filmmaking, which are often the same reasons people are drawn to avant-garde art cinema. If you look on Amazon, the movies that people bought in addition to The Room is a solid mix between...
I just think it's fun. If I watch like low-budget garbage movies, I just think they're fun and silly. I just think they're fun and silly. That's all. I don't really go like, oh yeah, they're just like fun and silly. They can explore dumb and silly, right? They can explore dumb and silly concepts, right? I don't know if Sharknado falls under this, like, right? That's one, right? Like all these monster movies, all these disaster like natural disaster movies, they're just silly fun. Right? So that's that.
Between trash classics like Birdemic and Troll 2, and art house films like The Holy Mountain and Dancer in the Dark. One of the other reasons that people are drawn to trash cinema is an ironic viewing stance, which is also called camp. Susan Sontag once wrote that camp asserts that good taste is not simply good taste, that there exists indeed a good taste of bad taste. Ironic enjoyment of bad entertainment can be a powerful social tool that can strengthen bonds between people. Just look at Rebecca Black's viral sensation, Friday.
It's Friday, Friday, gotta get down on Friday.
Despite having almost universally bad reviews, this video has 108 million views and counting. It's hard to deny that many of us like to collectively bask in the warm glow of campy entertainment.
Fun, 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 looking forward to the weekend.
Fans of cult films like The Room are no different.
Lost brain cells. I've lost brain cells and hearing. Moving on.
They established what sociologist Pierre Bourdieu termed cultural capital.
I am traumatized. I know who this man is. How come that the stuff I learned during studying, right, is what I see here? For once! College actually useful. I know who this dude is. Pierre Bourdieu. I know who this dude is. He was in one of my lectures. Actually, he was multiple times in my lectures. I think he was almost named every single time in my lectures. In first semester. For the education courses. That's so interesting.
Which is a form of social currency that dictates one's position within a group. People at the screenings who know the most lines by heart and participate in all the inside jokes are deemed room veterans. And the screenings are a sight to see.
The mood ranges from startling cruelty, shocking misogyny, to unbelievable inventiveness and real joy.
People throw plastic spoons,
Plastic spoons? What? That's hilarious. Misogyny. See? Hating women unites. Moving on. I like my woman.
wear costumes, and yell call and response lines at the screen. The fan interaction is similar to other cult classics like Rocky Horror Picture Show.
The Room, to me, shatters the distinction between good and bad. Do I think it's a good movie? No. Do I think it's a strong movie that moves me on the level that art usually moves me? Absolutely not. But I can't say it's bad because it's so watchable. It's so fun. It's brought me so much joy. How can something that's bad do those things for me? Everyone says,
that is hilarious. Okay, well, that's hilarious.
Oh, you have to go and see it for the first time with a live audience. And I say, are you crazy? You absolutely do not see it for the first time in a live audience because you can't hear a single goddamn line because everyone shouts and sings and screams over the entire movie. You don't have any idea what's going on in a theater when you see it for the first time. You have to see it at home.
I'm definitely almost certain that this will be copyrighted, so I might not be able to upload this, but we'll see. Like, this will definitely get copyrighted on YouTube. I don't know if it gets blocked. We'll see about that. So that's very interesting, right? So that's what makes this movie so popular. It's because, I don't know, it's interesting. I haven't watched it. Maybe I have to. and let the last bit pieces of brain rot away. If there even is a brain to be found here. Anyways, very interesting. So people like this movie because of how digestible it is, essentially? Is that the word? That's the only thing I got from this. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Incredibly interesting. So interesting. Now then. What do I want to watch? I'm watching this Mark Insco video. I haven't had a Mark Insco video in a while.
Hot take.
The Yapper Epidemic. I want to watch it. I want to watch this, so we'll watch it. But first, I need another bathroom break. I am never eating watermelon again. This is my third. Yeah, this is my third. I'm never eating watermelon again. Disappears. Back. I am back. Poke. Duck. Oh, hi. Oh, hi, Poke. Stop it. Stop it. Get some help. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did recommend this video. I did. Did I not? Yes, you did. You did recommend this. You did. What is it, dear Sumax? Lovely little Sumax. What is it? I will eat you. You look tasty. Delectable, even. Especially some things. Anyways, do we watch this? Or do I watch something else? Do I really watch this? Do I want to watch the moms? We'll see. I have good food. Chat, I have food. And I'm very hungry. But I need to wait. I need to wait a little bit. I need to wait a little bit. Help. Help, help, help. Okay. The Yapper epidemic, huh? We're gonna do that one. Can we do languages? Huh. Yeah, we can. Which one was it even? I need to look. What was that? Was it, you mean the language spellings? I think that was the one, I'm pretty sure. This one. Right? You wanted that one, didn't you? I think. That's the one. Right? Language tier list. Oh god. The Lingo Lizard. Interesting. We can watch that. Yes. Yes. Just clap like a seal for me. Thank you. You can also clap something else. Anyways. Language spellings tier list by Lingo Lizard. We're going in. I'm not really profound in languages. I only speak 2 and a little bit of Spanish. Anyways, we'll go in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Let's see where Germany lands. Let's see where Germany lands. Right? Let's hear it.
Today, I'm going...
Also, 25 most spoken languages. English, Mandarin, Chinese, Hindi, Spanish, Modern Standard Arabic, French, Bangla, Portuguese, Indonesian, Urdu, Russian, German, Japanese, Nigerian, is it pigeon? Pigeons! They have Nigerian pigeons! Anyways, Egyptian, Arabic, Marathi, Vietnamese, Telugu, Swahili, Hausa, Turkish, Western Punjabi, Tagalog, Tamil, and Chinese. China, China, China. I know everyone in China.
Through the spellings of the 25 most spoken languages in the world as of 2026, and putting them on a tier list based on how phonemic I believe.
Phonemicness tier list. Oh god. Solid C, German. That is rude. Du bist bezaubern. Stop! I'm going to become a Honigkuchenpferd because of you. Keep that for later. Anyways.
Believe they are. These languages will be evaluated on how easy it is to determine how to pronounce a word based on its spelling, and vice versa, which is essentially the definition of phonemic. We won't be judging the aesthetics of spellings here, though personally I love the orthographic aesthetics of all of these languages.
Spelling aesthetics tier list, in my opinion, German is in S! Deutsch! Ah! More than 1/5 of these are just Indian, it's crazy. B1, yay! German, aesthetics. Aesthetics.
And will put them all in S tier. No more dilly-dallying, only judgments. I do not need to tell you that English is the most spoken language in the world, or that its spelling is convoluted to the point where attempts to consistently derive spelling from pronunciation or vice versa.
Indeed. It is sometimes, well, yeah, it is a little convoluted because, like, they all look kind of, right? So, like, they're spelled same, but since something is, like, in, right, a different, since there's the first letter is different, things that are being pronounced different, it's so interesting.
Are laughable. English's consonants are mostly fine. Their main source of ambiguity is the digraph th representing both the two dental fricatives the and the, and both it and sh occasionally being two separate consonants instead of a digraph. On the other hand, most English vowels have several ways they can be written as, and vowel letters or digraphs can often represent two or more different vowels. While there are patterns to this, which is what gives English speakers a semblance of hope of being able to guess how to say unknown words, there is absolutely no shortage of exceptions. I could go on about how stress is completely unwritten, and the several spelling mistakes native English speakers make all the time, but you should get the picture by now. English spelling is a disaster, and if it was a meal, I would refuse to eat it. D tier.
The language he speaks ends up in D tier. That's rough out there. That's rough. That's rough. That is indeed rough. That's tough times, chat. Tough times indeed. Wow. He just coldly put it there, right? Cold. This man's cold as hell. Global warming. Nah, this man's cold as hell.
Mandarin Chinese orthography is not trying to be phonemic. It uses logograms called Hanzi, which primarily seek to convey meaning instead of sound. There are countless Hanzi which do have a component suggesting what the character is read as, and fortunately, most Hanzi only have one way they can be read as, although there are plenty of exceptions. Most frequently, when a character can take two separate tones depending on either the dialect or characters that have different colloquial and literary readings.
This looks like man-made horrors beyond my comprehension, I'll be completely honest. It does. What is this? What what is going on? Well, probably same with Japanese. I can't see these anywhere in a solid tier, I'll be real.
Still, this is a marvel in consistency compared to some languages I know. Regardless, being able to pronounce Chinese texts requires learning the readings of a few thousand Hanzi. At the very least, both pinyin and bopomofo serve as fully phonemic ways to transcribe characters, at least for the standard dialect of Mandarin. With the sheer number of homophones present in Mandarin, switching the orthography to a purely phonemic spelling without any indication of meaning would be a disaster, so I wouldn't change much about how the
They at least look cool. Too bad it doesn't sound cool. Moving on.
spelling currently is. It's still going in D tier though. As a heads up, I'm not going to be ordering the
Goodbye, bro. D. Who ends up in F, though? That's gonna be interesting. Is it German?
languages within each tier, because I am a lazy lizard. Next is Hindi, which is a massive step up in phonemicness. To quickly explain how Devanagari works, it's an abugida where vowels are diacritics added to consonants, except for schwa, which is inherent to consonant letters, and consonant clusters are written by combining two or more consonants into what is called a conjunct. There's a diacritic for marking nasal vowels, and a different diacritic that marks a nasal consonant cluster, serving as either ma, nya, na, or nga, depending on the following consonant. Pronunciation of Hindi words can pretty much be determined from spelling. It's worth noting that the written schwa is unpronounced much of the time, particularly at the ends of words and between a vowel-consonant pair followed by a single consonant. Determining spelling from sound is trickier, primarily caused by ambiguity whether consonant clusters should be written as conjuncts, the nasal consonant diacritic, or as a base consonant with a dropped schwa followed by a separate consonant. Sometimes Hindi spelling
I let him say things. I have no idea what he's talking about. Yes, I study language, yet I have no idea what he's yapping about. That's how useful it was. Exactly, it's easy. I have an idea what I should do.
is flexible to where both spellings are permissible, even if one is preferred, to the point where even the spelling of the word Hindi has two different spellings, but with other words, no such leniency exists. There are also many consonants found only on loans from Sanskrit, Perso-Arabic, or English, which are pronounced the same as other consonants for some or most Hindi speakers depending on the sound. The ones from English and Perso-Arabic use a diacritic on their corresponding consonants called a nukta, which can be unwritten by speakers who don't use the sounds, but the same leniency isn't given to the Sanskrit consonant sh. Overall, I'd put Hindi in high B tier.
Easy S? How did you say? That's an easy B!
Here. Native Spanish words can always have their pronunciation.
Spanish is really not that hard. Like, be real, Spanish is right. I never had any trouble with that. But then again, German, Spanish are kind of close in some way with like words wise. Same with English, right? There's a lot of like stuff that sounds similar. Same with Italian, so like, I guess. I don't know. I think that's still fine. I think that's okay.
Determined from their spelling. It isn't the simplest spelling out there, a handful of rules need to be memorized, but said rules are consistent. There are exactly 5 spoken vowels to pair with the 5 written vowels, and Spanish actually bothers to indicate the stress of words. However, this applies only to native Spanish words and adapted borrowings from other languages. In modern times, however, a lot of unadapted loans have entered the language, particularly from English, which bring alongside them English's own rules and inconsistencies with spelling. This proves to be a major barrier for complete phonemicness in most European languages, which tend to spell loanwords from English, French, and others the exact same way as in their origin languages, but with oftentimes different pronunciations. There are also plenty of times when Spanish speakers don't write down the accent markers for stress, but most formal publications reliably keep them. Spanish has a lot of sounds which are written 2 separate ways, making deriving spelling from sound not possible all the time. The sound ba is spelled as either B or V, with few context clues for which letter should be used. A majority of Spanish speakers also have a merger between sa and tha, as well as ya and ya, with both consonants being spelled separately to the benefit of speakers who pronounce one or both of these pairs unmerged. The consonant pairs he and he can also be spelled either as ge and gi, or je and ji, depending on the word. Plenty of other words have a silent h in them, which is actually pronounced in a few dialects where the h came from a historic fa sound, but there's no way of telling if the letter came from a historic fa or ha, and while rare, k and w.
Interesting. Duck, don't you study language? Most of this I don't understand anymore. That's the problem. Because we had this once and now it's essentially gone. I'm sure you're having the time of your life. No, I'm not actually, because I'm most of the time like I understand at least what's going on for Spanish because, well, I had to study Spanish, so I can relate a little bit, right? But for other things, not really. I could probably relate. I could relate to the English one, and obviously, right? Because that one I know, as that was fucked up by a lot of other languages that and for people that invaded the English. The English. You had this ew. Yeah, I had this as well.
Or are sometimes used in loanwords instead of their usual letters. Still, I'd put Spanish spelling in low A tier.
Yeah, makes sense though. Spanish is... It speaks for itself as it's the most spoken language on the planet, if I'm not wrong, right? Spanish should be.
Here. Usually, determining the sounds of a word based on its spelling is easier than the other way around, but modern standard Arabic is the opposite. If you know exactly how to pronounce an Arabic word, you can almost always determine its spelling. This does only apply if no consonant mergers are used, which is common across the Arab world, especially when speaking dialects. There are a few exceptions, like with ta marbuta, and the less common ways of writing the long vowel a, but of course the massive barrier preventing full phonemicness is that being an abjad, the Arabic script doesn't usually write its short vowels a, I, or u. It also doesn't indicate double consonants, or whenever the letters ya and waw are pronounced as consonants ya and wa, long vowels e and u, or diphthongs I and ow. There are helper diacritics to clear out these ambiguities, but they're only used in dictionaries.
Are you crazy? It's English. I'm pretty sure that English is number 2. I'm pretty sure. Oh, yeah, actually, correction. Total speakers, it's English. However, most native spoken language, it's Mandarin Chinese. So no, everyone speaks it, including non-natives. If we're saying just natively spoken language, it is by people. It is Mandarin Chinese. And then English is spoken as non-native. Then it's Hindi and then Spanish. But Spanish is still one of the most spoken languages. And then French, oddly enough. 310 million. That's very interesting. I'm not surprised. Yeah, for Mandarin Chinese, I'm not surprised. That makes sense.
Learners' materials, and sometimes in important texts such as the Quran, not in everyday Arabic for both formal and casual contexts. These diacritics also don't indicate stress at all, but stress rules are typically predictable, even if it does vary on the style of speech. The B in Arabic stands for the B tier I'm giving it. French spelling gets a lot of flack, but to its credit, determining the sounds of a French word from its spelling is actually mostly consistent. There are a bunch of spelling rules to memorize and vowels which can be written in a multitude of different ways, and there are plenty of irregularities, but a majority of written French words can have their pronunciation accurately derived based on these rules. Of course, with the sheer number of duplicate and silent letters, the spelling of French words cannot reliably be predicted based on their sounds. There are a few hints, like if a noun or adjective is feminine, it probably has a silent E, if it's plural there's probably a silent S or occasionally X, and if a consonant is ever pronounced with liaison, then the word is spelled with said consonant all the time. There are plenty of annoyances, like double consonants which are pronounced as one sound. Determining sound from spelling is also far from 100% reliable. For example, consonants such as P are usually silent at the ends of words like coup, but are pronounced in words like sep. French spelling is nowhere near.
Fuck the French, that's all I can say. Yeah, I don't like the French spelling. Reason being, not because I don't like it, but I heard that people really didn't like having French lessons. Like, it was really bad. Most of them forgot it again. And it's just people really hated that. And I just disliked them because of my online gaming experience. This dude really did his research. He probably studies languages, is my assumption, right? That's very much clear.
As much of a mess as English, but it still has a reputation for a reason. I would get cyberbullied for putting it any higher than C tier.
Indeed.
Bengali spelling has quite a few inconveniences, which are most prevalent in learned borrowings from Sanskrit. There is no standalone letter for the vowel a, so it's either written like ya, or with the same vowel letter as e, which causes ambiguity both with how a is written and what sound the letter for e makes. Being a Brahmic abugida, The Bengali alphabet has letters for both short e and u and long e and u to write the distinction in Sanskrit, but Bengali
Letters my ass. That's not letters. That's not letters. That is not letters. I'm not gonna say it.
Has no vowel length distinction, meaning the spellings of both vowels has to be memorized on a word-by-word basis. There's also separate letters for fricatives sa, sha, and sh.
Balls. Those are balls hanging. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Silence. I'm so sorry. And the other one looks like if you put it on like it's on its head. It looks like a chick getting ready to take back shots. I'm sorry.
Which are merged for a lot of Bengali speakers, meaning they have to memorize which letter is used for a given word. There are also several contexts where the geminated consonants are written as conjuncts of two separate consonants instead of the same one, and there are two letters for ja and na because of sound mergers. The inherent vowel is usually aw, but is pronounced o in various other contexts, some of which are harder to predict. Given how much consistency feels like a suggestion, I'm putting Bengali
C tier. Kids don't see it. Shut up. You have to.
spelling in C tier. Portuguese spelling is ever so slightly less phonemic than in Spanish. Portuguese contrasts open mid and closed mid with e and all with o, both of which are most often written with plain e and o respectively. They are usually distinguished with diacritics in words where they form minimal pairs. The distinction is only present for stressed vowels, and in Brazilian Portuguese they're the same before nasal consonants.
My neighbor is Portuguese. I do not like him. And his son, mostly son. His daughter's a mattress, is essentially the town mattress. Or the village bicycle, whatever you want to call her. Same with her younger sister. And his son refuses to wear a belt, which means that his boxers are visible at all times. Oh, and his wife's sister always comes to beg for money. I don't like them. Anyways.
But their contrast means a lot of Portuguese words can't have their pronunciation fully predicted just from spelling. This is much bigger of a hurdle for learners than it is for native speakers, since natives usually know the exact vowel of a given word, but it's still an inconvenience for them when encountering new words later in life. The same applies to other languages which distinguish certain vowels or other features in speech, but not writing. Portuguese fortunately doesn't have as many consonant mergers as Spanish. The main ambiguity is whether words with the consonant sa should be spelled with s, ss, x, c, or c cedilla, some of which are only used for the sound in certain contexts. The letter x can also represent za, xa, sa, or sha, the latter of which is also spelled ch. The sound ja can be written as either j or g before e or I. Portuguese does also fall victim to the plague of unadapted spellings with English loanwords. If it weren't for the ambiguity between the open mid and closed mid vowel,
B tier for Portuguese. I'm curious what Germany lands. I'm very curious.
I'd put Portuguese at a very low A, but for now it's going in B tier for Brazil! With Indonesian, it's slightly easier to
Okay, Indonesian. I wonder where this goes. Alright, here we go. Why do you know she comes to beg for money? They argued loud ones. Then I know.
determine spelling from sound than the other way around. Both the vowels and a are always spelled with e, although dictionaries and learners' materials use diacritics to distinguish them. There are also lots of loanwords with voiced obstruents in spelling, but are typically pronounced as voiceless ones, as well as consonant clusters which are often simplified down to
Wait. Misspell is interesting reason. Okay, bang. Misspell is bang. Interesting.
one consonant in speech, potentially confusable as being spelled differently. Overall though, I'd give Indonesian spelling a reluctant A tier.
Reluctant A tier. That was fast. Bro didn't even talk all that long about it. Bro was just like, yep, that'll do. Moving on.
Ranking. Being written with the Arabic abjad, it's impossible to reliably determine the vowel in written Urdu words. There are of course helper diacritics, but like in Arabic, aren't used in everyday Urdu texts. And unlike with Arabic, spelling can't be fully determined by sounds because there are certain
He's gonna, I'm assuming, putting it in, I'm predicting F tier or D tier. Wanna go to bang? Wanna bang?
certain consonants that are used in loanwords from Arabic and Persian, but are pronounced the same as other consonants. In the most extreme case, there are 4 whole letters which can all be used for the sound za, and you just need to memorize which one to use for which word. Native Indo-Aryan words are usually immune from this inconvenience at the very least. C tier for Urdu. Writing, of course, isn't the only form a language can take. The spoken version of a language can be a completely different beast from a written language, which requires exposure either in real conversations or from visual media. And when wanting to see visual media in other languages, I like to turn from a lizard into a pie and use LingoPie.
LingoPie. Cute name. Okay, here we go. Add.
LingoPie is a streaming service catered specifically to meet the needs of language learners. I've used it to study and learn languages through gaining exposure to authentic TV shows, movies, music, audiobooks, podcasts, and the like. LingoPie is currently available for 14 languages and has over 3,000 movies and TV shows available to immerse yourself with more and more being added every day, and it's one of the largest foreign language content catalogs out there. There are plenty of tools to help out with the process of learning languages. There's a variety of speeds that you can listen to media in, the option to use subtitles in both your native language and target language at the same time, as well as an option that highlights words that are new for you. There's a ton of customization available to make LingoPie work exactly how you want it for your language learning method. Personally, I need to work on listening practice for pretty much all the languages I'm learning, so I like listening to parts of a speech and then checking
German! Anyways.
The transcript to see if I understood what they were saying right. Good Morning Breakfast is a tasty show in Mandarin Chinese that I greatly enjoy watching. LingoPie keeps track of which words you've
Because it's about food, isn't it, my guy? It's about food, that's why I like watching it. Now I'm hungry, even more than I was already. Stop.
learned through it, and allows you to easily review through quizzes, flashcards, and games. If this all sounds great to you, then go click the link in the description for a free 7-day trial and 55% off the annual plan. Russian's biggest barrier to full phonemic.
Oh god, it's the written shit, right? The problem is like Cyrillic or whatever it's called, right? I know what it's called in German. Right, those are in letters. This would give me a stroke.
This is the fact that stress is unwritten, when it's not only unpredictable, but also distinguishes the meanings of countless words. There are accent marks for marking stress, but they're only used in dictionaries and learners' materials. In most Russian texts, the only indicator of stress is the vowel yo, which is always stressed. But some speakers don't always write it separately from ye. Certain vowel letters also merge when unstressed, such as a and o reducing to schwa, and ye, yi, and ya reducing to ye. As such, Russian speakers often have trouble determining which vowel to write in unstressed syllables. Russian also has voicing assimilation, where at the ends of words and before voiceless consonants, obstruents are pronounced voiceless, while being pronounced voiced before other voiced obstruents. At the ends of words, it's important to still write voiced consonants as their underlying sounds, even when pronounced voiceless, because they're pronounced voiced in a lot of inflections. For example, ras in the nominative singular has the letter z pronounced as a voiceless sound, but in the genitive singular it's pronounced voiced, as in raza. Consonants are often written doubled even when pronounced as a single consonant, and there are a few other
Whatever, bro. Whatever you say must be right. I just look at a bunch of gibberish. This is like something I would come up with when I'm trying to create a fantasy language anyways. Where you go, I go. What you see, I see. Everywhere I go, I see his face.
Such as written consonant clusters getting simplified in speech, and V being written with the letter for G in some contexts. I could see Russian spelling being placed in B tier, but for the pain it's caused me and doubtless many others, I'm putting it in C for cursive. Why do I mention cursive? No reason. German orthography is fairly consistent, but still
Here we go! Here we go. Okay. Oh, okay.
has several things preventing it from being fully phonemic. A key principle of German orthography is that there are 8 vowel letters, each with a corresponding short and long vowel.
So, A, E, E, I, O, Ö, U, Ü. There they are! The ones that are ruining people's lives! Especially the fancy ones.
The vowels are pronounced long when less than 2 consonant letters, or the letter H follows them, and are usually pronounced short when 2 or more consonants follow them. There are, however, plenty of exceptions, so these rules are not fully reliable to determine the length of German vowels. Sometimes H is written after vowel letters even when the vowel would already be regularly pronounced long in that context, and is something to memorize from word to word.
Stahl. Sohn. Anyways.
There's also devoicing of word final obstruents, loanwords from English and French with unchanged spellings, and if you want to be picky, German requires that all nouns have the first letter capitalized, but you can't always tell if a word is a noun or not just by how it's pronounced. Overall, though, A
tier, let's go. What was it? C tier? Huh? A! Not S, but A! That's an A tier! Ha! Some of them sound like a dying goat. Doesn't stop it from being an A tier.
I'd say German spelling is just straightforward enough to where I'd give it a low A tier. Japanese is our first and only F tier for this video. It is often considered to be one of, if not the hardest language to learn how to write in. Hiragana and katakana are mostly phonemic, minus the fact that they leave pitch accent completely unwritten, but kanji can make written Japanese a living nightmare. While Chinese kanzi usually only have 1 or 2 readings, Japanese kanji can potentially have up to too many. Kanji as a basis have at least 1 native Japanese reading and 1 reading borrowed from Chinese, and there are patterns for which of these 2 types of reading to use, but these patterns are very often not followed. The readings of kanji pretty much have to be learned on a word-by-word basis.
I still don't understand how some people, right? Some people, right? Some people, right? Decide to learn this, right? Some people decide to go full weeb. Donau Dampfschifffahrtsgesellschaftskapitän. Looks like a solid 8. That is not a word you really use anyways, right? It's also just some of these are just made up for the long words, right? They're not real words.
As there are countless irregularities sprinkled all across the written language. Not to mention the mental gymnastics required to guess how to pronounce a person's name based on the spelling or vice versa. Plenty of words are written only with kana, fortunately, and furigana written before kanji helps greatly by indicating what readings a given kanji is meant to have.
No wonder the birth rate is low. They constantly need to make their language more difficult. That's gotta end up in an F tier, right? It's gotta
have, but is primarily used in signs, for children's media, and for learners. Go watch Lazy Fluency's Kanji Iceberg video if you want a deeper dive, but for now we're moving on. Nigerian Pidgin is a very interesting case. Being a Creole...
Did he even rate it? Am I stupid? Bro totally said fuck them. Bro really said, you know what? No rating at all. If I were to see that somewhere, I would cuss and move on. No, bro didn't even give it a rating. Bro was just like, yeah, nope. Bro was just like, yeah, nada, yet, no, 9. Stop it. No, never. That's not an F tier. That's the G tier.
Language used primarily in informal...
The Japan tier.
Context in a country with a relatively low literacy rate, Nigerian Pidgin is not written down very often. When written down in the context of linguistic analyses of the language, Nigerian Pidgin can be fully phonemic both ways. In the real world, however, it appears that Nigerian Pidgin is written largely the same as English, but with plenty of words written phonemically based on the way they're pronounced in the language, although even these words make no effort to write down the two tones at all. Dear Nigerian government, written Nigerian Pidgin is still young. It's not too late to regulate the language and make it so that it's spelled fully phonetically. Please, that would be so cool. For now, I'm putting Nigerian spelling into C tier.
Okay, so he put it in F tier, but he didn't show the graph at all. That's interesting. C tier. Interesting C tier.
Pretty much all the things that apply to modern Standard Arabic also apply to Egyptian Arabic. Although being primarily a colloquial language, Egyptian Arabic isn't written down as often. The dental fricatives tha, the, and from MSA shifted to ta, da in Egyptian Arabic. Although for learned borrowings with the sounds, they're pronounced as fricatives sa, za, and instead. There's also phonological processes where certain clusters of sounds get pronounced differently than written, and there are more vowels in Egyptian Arabic than MSA. Overall, the phonemicness is about the same as modern Standard Arabic, but a little less. I would give the spelling of Egyptian Arabic a C-tier ranking, alongside most other colloquial Arabic dialects, like Levantine and Moroccan Arabic. The Marathi language of central India primarily uses Devanagari as Hindi does, but like Bengali, it has letters for short and long e and u despite not distinguishing between vowel length, spelling them generally based on their Sanskrit origins. There are some patterns, like how the long forms of the letters are used much more often at the ends of words, and the short u is overall twice as common as long u, but these aren't fully reliable rules. The sequence ru can be written down one of three ways depending on how it was in the original Sanskrit. Additionally, the letter h is often dropped when coming after a vowel, often causes the schwa before it to be unpronounced, but marks sonorants as breathy voiced. Marathi also has the alveolar affricates tsa.
This looks like someone sitting on... This one, turn it upside down and it looks like somebody sitting on the toilet. Anyways, I am so rude, but it does look... These letters look very interesting. Can make out a lot of forms here.
Za and za, with no letters to write them distinctly from cha, ja, and ja. So the pronunciation of words with their corresponding letters can't be fully determined based on spelling. Marathi spelling is going in B tier. After 16 whole languages, we finally have one where the way to pronounce a word can pretty much always be determined by its spelling, with Vietnamese. Unfortunately, determining spelling
Vietnamese! Here we go! Duck Samax.
Based on pronunciation is quite a bit more difficult. The northern, southern, and central dialects of Vietnamese all have different consonant mergers, and written Vietnamese is based on the unmerged sounds of Middle Vietnamese from which they all descended. For example, in the north the letters S and X are pronounced the same, while in the south they're different. But both varieties are written the same, so the distinction is also written in the north. Likewise, the north has the sounds na and nga distinguished at the ends of syllables, whereas in the south they merged. Although vowels are mostly the same across the dialects, Southern Vietnamese has merged the tones nga and hoi, which again, are written differently regardless, making them something to memorize for speakers of Southern Vietnamese. The vowel e when not preceded by wa is prescribed to always be written as I, but oftentimes people spell the vowel as y, particularly in personal names and Chinese loanwords. The standalone letter y can't be pronounced as anything else besides e though, so either spelling is typically understandable and this isn't too much of an inconvenience. There are a few unadapted loanwords, particularly from English, but they aren't nearly as common as in European languages. Having to distinguish the same sounds and spelling because they're pronounced differently in other dialects can be a bit of a pain, but there's no better way to do it while still keeping written Vietnamese mostly the same between dialects, so for that I'd still give Vietnamese A tier.
A tier! You are very rude, Streichholzschächtelchen. Eichhörnchen. Anyways.
The Telugu language spoken in south-central India has spelling that isn't flawless, but is imperfect in ways that hardly matter at all. The diphthongs I and ow are spelled either with the diphthong letters or a consonant with a short a followed by yi or vu, but most words with the sounds can be spelled either way. The sounds a, ta, and za
We have another hanging cock and balls. Interesting. It looks so interesting. It does. It does. Like, how do you... It's like interesting, right? That you can derive letters from this. I wouldn't know what this looks like if you write a sentence down, right?
Are spelled the same as ah, cha, and ja respectively, but their status as phonemes is so marginal that I think that deserves a pass. The standalone vowels i, e, u, and o are spelled differently than their allophones yi, ye, wu, and vo, but the former set is always used at the starts of words, while the latter set is used elsewhere in the word. I believe Telugu spelling is the first S tier of this video.
Damn! S tier! There we go! Right, first S tier. Will it be the last one? That is an important question.
Next up is Swahili, which gets so unbelievably close to achieving a perfect spelling that I'm close to tearing my eyebrows out. I believe that Swahili spelling can be fully determined from a word's sounds, at least for some speakers. While all syllables in Swahili native words are an optional consonant followed by a vowel, with an optional ya or wa in between, and the syllabic nasal also present, loanwords also have the glides la and ra, which some people pronounce with an u in between. And likewise, consonant clusters exist in other loans in words like rasmi, which I'm not sure ever have vowels inserted. There are also the phonemes tha, the, kha, and gha from Arabic, which are not distinguished by all speakers. The distinction is typically made by native Swahili speakers along the Swahili coast, but for other speakers they're pronounced the same as ta, da, ka, and ga, despite being spelled differently. None of these are the deciding blow. I have no trouble believing that there are Swahili speakers out there that have all of these phonological features, and can therefore freely interchange the spelling and...
I wonder, where's that going? A tier? No, it should be S tier. The way he said it should be S tier, actually. Because it looks like shit. What the fuck is Matchbox, whatever that is? Ich schieb mein Streichholz in dich rein. Heute Nacht.
pronunciation of them. However, there's the syllabic nasal that I mentioned earlier, and it can come before the sounds ba and va, but the digraphs mb and mv also represent the prenasalized consonants ba and mva, creating a barely audible but still dreadful ambiguity. It is the case that with class 1 and class 3 nouns, the m is always pronounced as a syllabic nasal. Still, for being able to determine sounds for spelling about 99% of the time, Swahili spelling ends up firmly in S tier. The Hausa language of northern Nigeria and southern Niger also has the potential to be fully phonemic in both directions, keyword potential, while yet again, dictionaries and linguistic analyses use diacritics to indicate the distinctions Hausa makes with tones and vowel length. They're unfortunately not found in real written Hausa, either in news publications or casual use. They also don't distinguish R from R tilde, representing the retroflex tap and alveolar trill respectively, but
interesting. Potential. What does potential mean, though? Like that it has the chance to end up being fully phonemic? Is it like not really used at all or whatever? Something? I don't know. Because like, sounds like it's not being used really.
compared to not writing length or tone, that is a very minor inconvenience. At the very least, spelling can be fully determined from sounds without any trouble. B tier for Hausa because every single written vowel can be pronounced 5 different ways depending on the length and tone. Turkish also gets close to being phonemic in both directions, but falls short for 2 relatively small reasons. While not as distinctive as in German, Telugu, or Hausa, Turkish has long vowels, which are written either as the normal vowel followed by a soft G in native words, or with the circumflex diacritic to mark the long vowels a, e, and u in loans from Arabic, although sometimes this diacritic isn't written at all, particularly when the length does not form a minimal pair. Stress is also not indicated, but it's very
interesting. Well, too bad I don't like the Turkish. And they don't like me that much either. Yep, I always had beef with the Turkish kids in school. Always. Unlucky for them, I always came out on top.
fairly minor in Turkish. Turkish also has word final plosive devoicing like in Russian and German, but unlike those languages, reflects this in spelling, writing kitap with a P instead of the underlying phoneme ba, which makes determining spelling easier at the expense of being slightly more difficult for learners because spelling doesn't indicate whether it becomes voiced after other inflections. Overall though, I'd still put Turkish comfortably in A tier. To get a bit meta, Ethnologue splits Punjabi into Eastern and Western, whether or not they're spoken in India or Pakistan. The varieties of Punjabi get really divergent to the point where I understand if you consider some to be separate languages, but speech-wise, it's inaccurate to say the dialectal boundary should be drawn at the India-Pakistan border. With writing on the other hand, it's a valid cutoff, since Punjabi uses the Gurmukhi Abugida in India and Shahbaki in Pakistan, which for most purposes functions the same as the Urdu alphabet, with the addition of several letters for sounds found in Punjabi, and for the same reasons as Urdu, belongs in C tier in my opinion. Formal Tagalog is almost
Sent into C tier. Okay, Tagalog. Here we go. I'm curious where that goes.
fully phonemic. Whenever stress is written down like in dictionaries and learning resources, but speakers never write down the highly contrastive stress. The same is true for glottal stops at the ends of words, which are unwritten outside of accent marks. While more formally, English loanwords are written in accordance with Tagalog spelling conventions. With the way most Filipinos write Tagalog, they generally spell English loanwords
Boycott. Interesting. Fremdenhasser. That's called race. You can also still call somebody here a racist. Oh, it's spelled slightly different, but still.
It's the same as they are in English, making it less phonemic. Although it's fair to analyze this as being a trait of Taglish rather than pure Tagalog. A tier for the language either way. Tamil, spoken in the southern tip of India and parts of Sri Lanka, is interesting to analyze for this to say the least, since formal and colloquial Tamil are basically two separate languages. Formal Tamil is almost fully phonemic, besides
Oh god. Interesting. Okay, interesting. But how will that work?
the fact that the tap ra and trill ra, which used to be distinguished in speech and still are in writing, have merged for most speakers. In formal Tamil, plosives are either voiced or unvoiced strictly depending on their environment, like always being voiceless at the starts of words, but in colloquial Tamil, there are loanwords where voiced consonants appear at the start, which is not reflected in writing. For example, the word boss is spelled like it's pronounced boss. There are also many colloquial dialects with merged phonemes, particularly with the liquids. Overall, I think Tamil deserves an A on the tier list, but I could see others giving it a B. We finally
I know a total 15-20 words in Tamil. Solid A. Yeah, you Chinese! This can't end well. Dog, I'm just gonna let the couple fight do that. See ya. Take care, Toasty. Bye-bye.
reached the 25th and last language of our discussion, Yue Chinese, better known for its most spoken variety, Cantonese. Yue Chinese is primarily a colloquial language and isn't written down as often, but when it is, has about the same orthographic system and functions as Mandarin does. The grammar
Okay, this is about the same though then. Right. Interesting. How does it differ in language in general?
is fairly different, and there are plenty of words used in Cantonese but not Mandarin, but most words are spelled the same when discarding the simplified traditional split.
Simplified traditional. Interesting. There is differences, yeah. First of all, it's spelled slightly different. In some parts, in some way. And then also spelled different in Cantonese and Mandarin. Okay. Interesting, huh?
Most other varieties of Chinese also use the same general system of Chinese characters, and I will put them all also in D tier. And here's the full tier list of all 20.
Okay, here's the full tier list. I wish he would have written them down in what they actually mean. I'm just happy that that my language is an A tier. That makes me very happy because someone doesn't like it that much. Someone. And says it's a C tier. Well, it's an A tier.
25 written languages. If you speak any languages not featured in this list, feel free to comment which tier you'd put their written form in. That's it, subscribe baby, bye.
Swedish goes into F. Anyways. So yeah, why does Cantonese use numbers? I have no idea. I don't know. Maybe. Whatever it means. Or, I don't know, interesting. Well, he didn't explain why it has numbers in there. Right? I got no idea. But that was interesting. That was a fun video. That was interesting. As long as it's still C tier duck. He was generous. I will bonk you on the head. At worst, it could have been B tier, but nope. It is A tier. Silence. You lose. You snooze, you lose. That's all. That's all. That is really all. You lost, Somax. You lost. Guys, should I end and eat? I'm hungry. I need my strength for later work. Guys, I'm hungry. I think I'm gonna eat. I think I'm gonna end here and eat. Grab some food. And then take care of something or someone, I think. I think I'll eat. I'll be real. I'm hungry. I am hungry. I know, but I'm hungry. You can do that. Yeah, I'm hungry. Right. I haven't eaten much at all, actually. So I had a handful of tortellini, and then what did I have? Watermelon and protein powder. Like, I really didn't eat that much. I could eat. Do I eat? I could eat. I'll miss you, duck. Bye-bye. Be back anyways. Yeah. Guys. I'll end here. Have a good day. Or night. Don't goon or gump. And I will see you tomorrow. Are you black? Yes. I am a nice person. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.